every single week. So we all watch the shows where it's like, yeah, it's good barbershop.
Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub. The media group station.
This is Boston Bruins hockey. Boston Bruins hockey is brought to you by your local New England Honda dealers, Shaw's and Star Market, Safety Insurance, Town Fair Tire, Granite City Electric's GCE Night Train, Ticketmaster, your New England Ford dealers, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, TD Bank, Service Credit Union, and by Catches Law.
2 seconds, 1 second, it's over. The Bruins have won the Stanley Cup.
And by Dairy Queen, Peerless Boilers, your New England Chevy dealers, Timber Tech Decking and Railing, Charles D. Sheehy, Wendy's, Live Nation, your Boston area Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
After 39 long years, the Cup is back home. The Bruins are 2011 Stanley Cup champion.
Now, here's Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers.
From TD Garden, it's Boston Bruins hockey as tonight the Bruins continue their longest homestand of the season and hope to get back into the win column as they play host to the Vancouver Canucks. Great to have you with us alongside Bob Beers. I'm Ryan Johnston. Tonight's storylines are brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado, where dependability comes standard. Bruins 1-1 on this homestand so far after a 3-1 loss to the Edmonton Oilers on Thursday. Boston trailed 2-1 after 2 periods in that one, but a shorthanded goal by Connor McDavid early in the third gave the Oilers some breathing room, and the Bruins couldn't catch up. After the game, Marco Sturm said he would have liked to have seen his team be a little more aggressive.
If there's one thing right now, it's just I felt like sometimes we gave them a little bit too much respect, and that's something we're a good hockey team. We done a really good job all season long. So now they don't be shy. That's the one thing I wished we got a little bit out of our comfort zone a little bit and pushed a little bit harder. But that's it. But overall, no. And again, I was very happy about the way we played, but the little details, that's it.
Yeah, they sacrificed. There's no question. I know you hear it in the interview later that you talked to him, Marco, this morning. They were so focused on the details defensively and not giving McDavid anything 5-on-5. And I do think that, they were kind of a little, overwhelmed that way in terms of they forgot about how to attack,
Right.
and forgot that they are a good team when they attack and when they go on the forecheck and you push teams up against the glass in the offensive zone and you forecheck. So I think that all in all, there was a lot to like about the game. You know that okay, we can lock it down a little bit here. We're pretty good at that when we're dialed in, and you don't want to be embarrassed by somebody. And McDavid can embarrass you in a hurry. Not just him, but Draisaitl and right down the list. But I thought that the Bruins in that game just got a little sidetracked, and we're really let's be good in the neutral zone. Let's slow them down. Let's not let him have come at us with speed. But they didn't do things at the other end that have made them successful this year, and so. In that regard, it's something to learn from because you're going to play them again here on New Year's Eve. Right. You're going to be up in Edmonton on New Year's Eve. So file it, bank it, and learn from it. And we'll see what happens on New Year's Eve when we're back up in Edmonton. But, a good game in terms of X's and O's. There were a couple mistakes here and there, but not many. Not many. You were pretty good defensively. You just didn't have the offense that you needed in order to be successful in that one.
Yeah, they held Edmonton to 1 goal, 5-on-5 through 60 minutes.
And it didn't involve 97.
Exactly. It was basically a fourth-line goal. That 1 goal on the power play and the 1 shorthanded, McDavid did have a hand in both of those. He scored the shorthanded goal, and it was those details that Marco Sturm said really led to the loss.
I was really happy, actually, with a 5-for-5 game. we made one mistake, little mistake, cost us one goal. But other than that, I thought it was pretty good. Exactly what we wanted. Special teams, yeah, you can't give up one, and you can, give up one on the power play too. So that's a hard one. It just overall, it was just a little bit frustrating because I thought guys were into the game, guys were sharp, but that little pop was missing. That little bit of energy on the bench was not there, but it was a good game from us. It's just little mistakes cost us.
Yeah, I mean, look at the power play goal against. I mean, Sean Correlli knew it right away. That's his guy going to the net, riding Nugent Hopkins, and backdoor. He knew it. He was right there. He just didn't have him contained. So positioning was good. It just not quite there. Obviously, the shorthanded goal was a little bit of a breakdown in the zone. And McAvoy, you could see his reaction, like, oh no! As soon as McDavid got the puck in full flight, and then the 5-on-5 goal. Yeah, there was you lose a battle, a little breakdown defensively. Who's covering who, and all of a sudden, pucks in the back of the net, and there weren't many. I think that's the good thing that you can take out of it. There weren't many mistakes defensively, but special teams have helped the Bruins a lot this year, specifically power play, but penalty killing as well. Helped the Bruins a lot, and last game they got beat in a special teams game. And that's one thing that they've taken pride in this year, of being the better team more often than not, special teams. So that was one there. You look to bounce back today with a better game, and I'll throw in a couple other things. There's a couple forwards that they count on. Pastrnak and Geekie, and I'll throw Lindholm into that because he centers them. I know they're not playing together tonight, but those guys, the three of them were off last game, and Lindholm was off on a couple of passes he wasn't receiving. Pastrnak a couple of hope plays, he didn't have that separation that he normally has, didn't have the same jump. And Geekie, when he had a couple chances, he was missing the net. So they weren't on last game. No question about it. Hoping that, and they usually bounce back pretty strong after a game like that.
Well, you hear Marco Sturm talking about how, that energy level wasn't quite there on the bench. A lot of that energy tends to come from getting the forecheck going, getting the physical game going, and they really never got to that point the other night. Pavel Zacha used the word passive.
I think, we knew their strength offensively, and, it's a little bit back of your mind that, they can kind of take you one-on-one, so you stay a little bit back. I think that's something we talked about before game two, not be too passive, and I think a little bit, especially, in the second period, we kind of stayed more passive than we would have liked, and they're going to see that on a video too, when there was a lot of opportunities for us to be more aggressive, win some puck battles, and they kind of got them in the game, so that's something we have to work on.
Let's face it, McDavid got in their head a little bit before the game even started, right? I mean, got to do this, got to do this, got to do that, and then you forget about, what makes you successful. And he says passive. Marco Sturm says we gave him too much respect. I agree with both of those statements. I mean, so fixing it here today, you're going against a team that doesn't have that, that McDavid superstar to them, so you get back to playing your game, and they've got good players, don't get me wrong, but it's not McDavid level, and not many teams do. So you get back to playing your game and what it makes, what you need to do to be successful here on home ice against a team that played yesterday. Now, I know they've won 3 games in a row, but they played yesterday. You're on home ice. You got a busy schedule, but it's all at home. You're not traveling at all. You're right here. You're ready to go. And, it's up to the Bruins to, bounce back like they have quite often this year.
Well, to that end, getting back to their game, it's the 3rd game of this 5-game homestand that will take them into the Christmas break. Nikita Zadorov said today, doesn't matter who the opposition is, let's play our game.
Mindset doesn't change. Doesn't matter what team out there. We got to try to get a win. Obviously, we got 3 games left at home before the break, so I think 3 important points for us. 3 big games. We're looking for the 3 wins for sure.
Yeah, when you break it down into segments, and you can do it any way you want. You do 10-game segments. I'll do the 5-game segment here at home before Christmas. 5 games in 8 days. You're 1-1 so far. You got a game today, you got a game tomorrow. Ottawa's in tomorrow. Ottawa played already this afternoon, so they're flying in right now. And then you've got the game on Tuesday. I want probably minimum 7 points, right? You're 1-1 so far. So up to the Bruins to answer here today after losing the other day. Even though they played hard, they played a good game, competitive game. It was entertaining, I thought, in terms of a defensive standpoint, if you're a fan of defensive hockey, that was a good game to watch. If you're a fan of offensive hockey, not so much. Fan of McDavid, a lot of people are here just to watch McDavid. I had a couple friends here just to watch McDavid. They went away happy, other than the fact that the Bruins lost. So, it's an opportunity for them to bounce back. And you've got this one here today, and then a quick turnaround again tomorrow night against the Senators. But, the Bruins have shown the ability to bounce back after a loss, whether it's a good loss or a bad loss.
Well, few changes in the lineup tonight for the Bruins. Alex Steve's going to come out of the lineup tonight. Jeffrey Viel gets back in there. First time we've seen him in a few weeks. He's sat out 8 straight, but he'll be on the line with Corrali and Asimon on the 4th line tonight. Minton reunited with Jeannot and Kastelik on the 3rd line. And you've got Murat Husnedinov is going to join David Pasternak and Elias Lindholm up front. And Casey Middlestad and Pavel Zacha will have Morgan Geekie on their wing this evening as well. The D pair is going to stay the same, and Jeremy Swayman will get the start in goal once again for Marco Sturm. Well, coming up here on the pregame show, What's on Deck, brought to you by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. We'll go around the NHL, including the Canadians swinging a trade for Philip Deneau from L.A.
We hope he's going to bring experience. We know, he's been here before. I think people in this market know what he is as a hockey player.
We'll hear more from Marco Sturm.
We know how we want to play, and you just can't take a night off or a shift off. That's just going to hurt your hockey team.
And up next, we'll talk about the Vancouver Canucks here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic. Hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
Hey, it's Big Jim. Are you stuck in traffic going to the game? Next time, do what I do. Just take the train to North Station. With Commuter Rail, kids 11 and under always ride free. And if the game's on a weekend, you ride with $10 weekends. So next game, don't be late battling traffic and parking. Ugh. Get tickets with the M-Ticket app and take the train straight to the game.
Poor Diana in accounting. She fell for an email phishing scam. Computers shut down. And people freaked out, especially about getting paid.
Hey!
Fortunately, the company had cyber risk coverage from Safety Insurance. Safety covered the cost of systems and data restoration, business income-related losses, and more. Don't let one human error shut down your business. Ask an independent agent about Safety Insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms, even the cyber kind.
Hi, this is Andrew Peak. I'm excited to be teaming up with the Shaws and Star Market Foundation and 98.5 The Sports Hub for Feeding the Puck for Families. Every time me or one of my teammates feeds the puck this season to help score a goal, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation Nourishing Neighbors Initiative will donate $100 to help end hunger here in our local communities. Since its inception, Nourishing Neighbors has raised more than $250 million across the country to ensure our neighbors have the nutrition needed to thrive locally. Every time we feed the puck for a goal, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation will make a donation of $100 to the Greater Boston Food Bank to help end hunger up to $50,000. To learn more about feeding the puck for families, visit 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck.
Give the perfect gift this year. 99 restaurant gift cards. They're the perfect gift for everyone on your list. For every $25 you purchase, receive a $5 bonus card for yourself. You gotta love the nines.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord, a 4.49% APR on a 2025 Pilot, or a 0.99% APR on a 2025 Ridgeline.
See dealer for financing details.
Toucher and Hardy, mornings on the Sports Hub.
And the game will come to a close. The Vancouver Canucks win their 3rd in a row for the first time since October 19th. Thanks in large part to Kiefer Sherwood, who picked up his 3rd career hat trick. Thatcher Demko stopped 21 of 22 Islanders' shots, and the Canucks take it tonight by a final score of 4-1 over the Islanders.
Vancouver Canucks making their only visit to TD Garden this season. Last Friday, the Canucks traded away Quinn Hughes to the Minnesota Wild. You might expect a trade like that for a last-place team would trigger a downward spiral. Instead, the Canucks have come back to win 3 in a row, all on the road over the Devils, Rangers, and last night the Islanders. As Adam Foote's team built a 3-0 lead in the first period en route to a 4-1 victory.
Tonight we had a good start. I mean, we wanted to get in there and forecheck, and the guys did. They had a lot of zip. We were able to get up, give them our lead like that. And I mean, it was the big kill too. That's a big kill early with the 5-on-3 and gave our group a lot of confidence.
Don't discount how much a distraction can really derail you in the locker room. And every year there's at least one team that has a soap opera, right?
Yeah.
You know, you're like, what's going on next? You know, one year it was Columbus. You know, last year was Vancouver,
yeah.
and this year it started to be Vancouver with the Quinn Hughes situation. And credit to them, whether they got the better of the deal, the worse of the deal, they got the deal done. And they weren't going to let that fester. I mean, that could really, every day you're out, you're answering questions about it. And the Canadian media can be tough.
Yeah.
And if every day you finish a game or you finish a practice and you're being asked about Quinn Hughes, you're like, you know, it's just enough, uncle. So they got out in front of it. They made the deal. They got essentially 4 first-rounders back, 3 live bodies, and a first-round pick coming up next year. And they got it done. And now you can kind of put it behind you. You know, last year was JT Miller and Pedersen, right?
Yeah.
It was a complete soap opera, those two going at it head-to-head. And they ended up getting rid of JT Miller, or it was a year before, whatever it was. But so they made that move. But that lasted forever, and I think they learned from that. Let's get out in front of this. You know, let's make this move. Quinn Hughes was not going to re-sign in Vancouver, so let's make the trade. They got good value for him, or at least on paper, and we'll see as they move forward. But that's a load off of people's back, you know, when you're in that locker room. You don't have to answer Quinn Hughes questions anymore. Let's just play hockey. Let's go out, let's do our job, let's do what we're here for. And they go out and they win 3 games in a row, so coming into this one.
Yeah, well, as you said, it was essentially 4 first-rounders that they got in return because they get an actual first-round pick and 3 players who in the past had been first-round picks for the Wild. Marco Rossi, Liam Ogren, and defenseman Zeev Buyum. Goaltender Thatcher Demko said those 3 have fit in well quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they're younger guys. You know, Z doesn't really shut up too much, which is great. You know, he's got that young energy to him. So yeah, I mean, it's been great to have the guys around, and they've fit in really well. And obviously, it's nice as a group to win a few, you know, coming off the heels of that, and kind of get some momentum here and get them gelling with the guys. So yeah, it's been good.
I'm anxious to see Buyum play. I mean, he does bring a lot of energy, as you just heard. You know, he doesn't shut up all that much. So, I mean, yeah, and that's as advertised, right? He comes in and feels comfortable right away. I mean, Hughes is a pro, like, you know, through and through. Everything he does, you know, he's kind of a hockey nerd. He's a great player. He played over 30 minutes the other day. Him and Faber played over 30 minutes the other day. Played another, 25, 26 today, so this afternoon. So he's fitting in seamlessly in Minnesota, and Williams has played well here with the Vancouver Canucks. And see how it goes long term. You know, I think it's a team that has gotten behind so much here at the beginning of the season and has been maligned a little bit, and rightfully so. They've earned it. They have not played all that well, but they've won their last 3. They're feeling pretty good about themselves. And you know, you come in here today and talked about it a little bit this morning on the hockey show. You know, sometimes you catch teams at the right time, sometimes you catch teams at the wrong time. Vancouver coming in, winning 3 in a row, but they did play last night. So, right. You know, and the Bruins coming off a loss. I expect a good bounce back from the Bruins, but it won't be easy.
And we've heard that a number of times when the Bruins have played teams on the back end of a back-to-back, how they can try and wear them down as the game goes on tonight.
Didn't work out against Minnesota the other day. Right? Minnesota played the night before, and the Bruins come out on the losing end of that one because Minnesota got that early lead. So, you know, games can go in different directions, but a mindset for the Bruins, it's got to be about them here today against the Vancouver Canucks team that's feeling pretty good about themselves.
So we've got the Bruins and the Canucks coming up. We will check the injury report next here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. Visit your New England Chevy dealers.
Get skates for the entire family this holiday season at Sports Etc. 1303 Mass Ave in Arlington. Call 781-646-1600.
Tune in to The Keys to the Game, driven by the electrifying Honda Accord Hybrid. Visit your local New England Honda dealer today for their sophisticated and stylish lineup, or visit them at newengland.hondadealers.com and find the Honda that's right for you.
Hey, it's Felger here. Do you own your home? Are you thinking about renovating or even adding an in-law suite? If so, tapping into the equity in your home could be a cost-effective way to finance your project. To learn more, reach out to a loan officer at Cambridge Savings Bank. With competitive rates and expert knowledge of home equity products, CSB will explain your options and help you make an informed decision. Visit CambridgeSavings.com/home equity to see current rates. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS ID number 543370.
Hey, it's Mavs for Window Nation. I don't need to tell you, it's cold out there. If you spent last winter thinking that it was time for new windows, it's good that you waited. Right now, during Window Nation's end-of-year sale, you can get 50% off, plus you could get 0% financing for 5 years. That's on windows that stop those cold, wintry drafts, seal out moisture, and are so energy efficient that you will save money on your monthly utility bills. Plus, they're installed in 1 day, backed with a lifetime warranty, and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Sale ends soon, so don't miss out on 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com to get started.
Tip off every Celtics game all season long with a great tasting 96-calorie Miller Lite, the original light beer. Miller Lite is an official partner of the Boston Celtics. Miller Lite, when it's game time, it's Miller time, Celtics fans.
Felger and Maz, afternoons on the Sports Hub.
Time now for the Catches Law injury report. Bruins Victor Arvidsson took part in morning skate and with his teammates this morning, but Marco Sturm said he won't play tonight, likely not tomorrow either. The 5 players on IR and long-term IR, Matej Blumel, Henry Jokiharju, Jordan Harris, Jonathan Aspero, Michael Callahan have all resumed skating. Injury report brought to you by Catches Law, the official law firm of the Boston Bruins. They've won over $3 billion for their clients. When you're injured and can't work, turn to Catches Law. There's no fee unless you win. Go to catcheslaw.com and schedule your free consultation today. We'll go around the NHL next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Hi, it's Jason Todd from Blue Sky Restoration. All hockey season, Blue Sky is restoring historic garden moments on the ice. Tune in to tonight's game on the Bruins Radio Network to hear this date in history restored by Blue Sky. And remember, if you have a property disaster, visit goblusky.com. Restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
The new DQ Crispy Onion Cheeseburger $7 meal deal has everything and more. With a Crispy Onion Cheeseburger, full-size fries, a drink, and a sundae, you gotta try the new Crispy Onion Cheeseburger $7 meal deal. For a limited time at participating DQ locations. Happy taste good.
Driving in a Honda Wonderland.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days, where you can drive in a Honda Wonderland of your own with a great offer on a rugged new Passport, Pilot, or Ridgeline. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2026 Passport, a 4.49% APR on a 2025 Pilot, or a 3.99% APR on a 2026 Ridgeline.
See dealer for financing details.
Hey, it's Patrice Bergeron to talk about Bank's free checking account. It's something Boston hockey fans will love because it scores big benefits. First, get your paycheck up to 2 days early. Second, enjoy free ATMs nationwide through the Sum and All Point networks. That's over 56,000 ATMs coast to coast. And third, never worry about minimum balances or monthly fees. Now that's a hat trick. Score your account in branch or online in just 5 minutes. It's easier than an empty net goal. Get details now at VidiaBank.com/TBergeron. VidiaBank, honest to goodness. Member FDIC, member DIF.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law. At Catches, we don't just work here, we live here. We're part of the same neighborhoods, the same schools, the same New England towns that you call home. So when life hits hard and you need someone in your corner, you deserve lawyers who truly understand what's at stake. With over 40 years of experience and more than $3 billion recovered for the people of New England, we know how to win, and we know how to fight for you. Visit catcheslaw.com today to schedule your free consultation. And remember, there's no fee unless you win.
Hockey season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
The Pats play on the Sports Hub.
Bruins and Vancouver coming up. Let's take a look at the other action around the NHL, including some afternoon games. Rangers, a winner over the Flyers in a shootout.
A save by Shesterkin ends the game. Konechny 1 for 3 on the year. Picks up the puck at center ice. Drifts out right side. Moves in. Toe drag, hit the crossbar. Game over. Rangers win.
The Rangers needed that, right? Especially on home ice where they've really kind of struggled this year, to score goals this year. They put up, 4 and then 5 with the shootout winner. So 5-4 winners over the Philadelphia Flyers here this afternoon. Flyers have had a good start to their season.
Red Wings get a win at Washington.
Now Raymond comes on. Soderblom, good move, scores! All the great hands for the big man. We've seen that. And Elmer Soderblom gets his second of the season. It's 3-0 Detroit.
Yeah, Washington's been good this year. Detroit, number 1 in the Atlantic. We were wondering if they had the staying power. Is this the year they make the playoffs, or do they kind of fall apart here as the second half of the season rolls along? So far, so good for Detroit. They've got some young players that have really started to play extremely well. They've got some veteran players who continue to play well, and they're getting good goaltending.
And they've won 6 of their last 8 now. Ottawa, winner over Chicago.
Shot into the far corner. Ottawa goes for a change. Really looks down, takes a hit, but keeps it in zone. A look for Perron. Pitch the corner. It's 2 for David Perron.
Yeah, Ottawa Senators 6-4 winners over the Chicago Blackhawks here this afternoon. They won yesterday or the other day there with Linus Ullmark getting his first shutout of the season. So Ottawa trying to make a little bit of a push. We'll see them tomorrow night.
And the Wild with a victory over Edmonton today.
Tarasenko with a takeaway and a shot right on, saved by Pickers. Rebound, they score! Tarasenko! And it's 4-2 Minnesota.
Minnesota will go on to beat the Edmonton Oilers 5-2 here this afternoon. Minnesota just continues to roll right now. They're feeling really good about themselves. Talked about it a little bit earlier. Faber and Quinn Hughes, they're partnering on the back end. They played over 30 minutes the other night. More of a realistic, about 24, 25 minutes here today, 26 minutes in that range. They also have Brodin playing in this one here today. That helps them on the back end. He's a good defenseman. Reliable defenseman for Minnesota, and it helps spread out the minutes a little bit.
Couple of games in progress. Buffalo Sabres looking for their 5th straight win as they host the Islanders.
Here's Rasmus Dahlin, coast to coast, and he finishes it with the most. A backhander to open the goal, scoring on a beautiful play from end to end by the Sabres captain.
Yeah, the Islanders, they're playing the Islanders. Sabres are. The Sabres are leading 2-1 after 2 periods of play. As you said, looking to make a little bit of a run. These are 2 teams for me that, they make that little bit of a run, and then they hit a losing skid. And they end up being the 500s.
Right.
Islanders maybe a little bit better than that. Sabres will see if they can keep it up. They had won 3 in a row before they made the general manager change. Now they're trying to continue it, trying to make it 5 in a row here today. They've come under a lot of scrutiny, a lot of criticism. Jarmo Kekalainen, their new general manager, saying, "Look, everybody's under review." So that's coaches, that's every player. He can be an aggressive guy if he needs to. It's an interesting situation in Buffalo right now. They're trying to make a run. I don't know if they've got that capability in them to make a long-term run and to keep the losing streaks at bay, but. Right now, so far, so good here over the last week and a half.
Assistant GM Jason Carmanos got shown the door today, so a little bit of a house cleaning maybe starting there in Buffalo. And St. Louis has grabbed an early lead over Florida.
Here's a shot. Score! Right off from the blue line. Fowler ripped it. It might have been deflected in front as it gets past Tarasov, and I believe Jake Neighbors got a piece of it.
Yeah, it's 1-0 Blues after 1 in Florida. We'll talk with Marco Sturm coming up next here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
There's nothing like the sights and sounds of the holidays. The crackle of a fire, the tearing of wrapping paper, and of new gifts. The smell of cookies, ornaments on the tree, and of new toys. Along with the sound of Christmas carols through the Lexus Premium Sound System. Get into the holiday spirit during the Lexus December to Remember sales event. Get offers on select models now through January 5th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Love Keno? Take it with you. If you're posted up at your favorite spot or on the go, follow the action right from your phone with the Mass Lottery app. Play all your favorite numbers, anniversaries, birthdays, sports legends. No matter how you choose, Keno's got the spot. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly.
Winter's here. Don't get caught in the cold. Book your home heating system health and safety check with Super Service today. Schedule now at superservicetoday.com.
SuperServiceToday.com. If you love the old school North End, the real North End, get yourself to Tony and Elaine's. It's a true red sauce throwback. Big bowls of pasta, scratch-made chicken parm, and the winner of the North End's best meatball. All at prices that feel like another era. Headed to TD Garden, Tony and Elaine's is the perfect pregame dinner located at 111 North Washington Street. And here's the twist. Every week, Tony and Elaine's hides gift cards around Boston. Want the clues? Follow at Tony and Elaine's on Instagram. Get the hints, find the cards, and taste the best of the North End. At Tony and Elaine's.
At M&T Bank, we're continuously working to provide value to our customers, like Paul, Vice President of Sullivan Tire.
We are so happy with the relationship with M&T. Whether it's treasury services or working line of credit or providing loans for our growth, it's been nothing but collaboration that works for both parties.
See what M&T Bank can do for you at mtb.com/together. Member FDIC.
For the best deal on any name brand tire, get to Town Fair Tire. For the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And you know, I mean nobody.
Town Fair Tire. The Bruins play on the Sports Hub.
Our pregame interview with Marco Sturm is brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. With Bruins head coach Marco Sturm as they get set to take on the Canucks tonight. Thursday night lost to the Oilers. Let me start here. Do you feel like your team sacrificed offense for defense in that game?
Yeah, maybe, but we still had, I think we still had opportunities to score. And, those kind of games when you don't give up 5-on-5, yes, we probably didn't have that many 5-on-5 opportunities, but we had chances to be the difference on the power play or special teams in general, and we lost that battle. I think that for me, looking back, is can we do a little bit better job offensively in ozone? Yes, but I think the special teams that was the difference.
Overall, pretty happy with your team's performance in that game despite the loss?
I was, because I thought guys were sharp, guys were into it. They just had a little bit more patience than us, and they took advantage of those small mistakes. But overall, I think we can be better, though. We played better before, just with a little bit more juice. I think that's something I'm looking forward to.
When you talk about more juice, the forechecking game that is so important to you guys when you're on your game didn't seem to quite be where it needed to be the other night.
Yeah, no, and that's why we didn't. A lot of times we just didn't move our feet. We just were standing still, and we were late on a lot of forechecks, like you said. We couldn't really finish their D because again we just didn't move that well. We were just a tick a little bit too late on everything, and that was the difference. But overall, it was a good performance. But again, you need to be better if you want to beat a team like that.
You spoke a little bit in the post-game show about your team needing, kind of getting an idea of where they might need to improve going forward against a team like Edmonton, who's one of the tops in the league. You're getting close to the halfway point in the season. What areas do you feel like this team most needs to improve on here as we head toward the second half?
No, it's again. I think there's not one area for me. Like I have to say, we have to be better. No, I think overall we just, we just want to continue to be better. Could be the offensive side, could be breakouts, could be D zone, could be special teams. So for me, it's not really. It's just more like. I'm looking for the consistency more than anything. We know how we want to play, and you just can't take a night off or a shift off. That's just going to hurt your hockey team, and I think that's something that for me, I'm looking forward. Being more consistent and pick any area of the game.
Well, based on morning skate this morning, some changes coming to your lineup here a little bit. First, let me ask you about Alex Steeves coming out, Jeff Viel coming back in. It's been a long time since we've seen Viel, so it's a difficult spot for him to be in. Why now? What makes you make that move today?
Yeah, no, we were looking at it for a little bit. I think Stevie he did a tremendous job. You know, he took advantage of a lot of guys out. He played in the first line, second, third line, fourth, you name it. He's been excellent. It's hard to play that way every night, especially when you're not used to this, right? And not used to this league. So I think his game was a little bit slipping the last few days or games. So I think we just want to give him some time off just to recharge his battery a little bit, and then he will be back at no time. And that means Wheeler's coming in, and for him, we're looking for a little bit more juice, like I said, a little bit more energy, and it was just the timing of it, I guess, more than anything.
You also make some changes up front here. Husnudinov back on the Pasta line. What does he bring to that equation that maybe you don't have when it's Geekie Pasternak on those wings?
No, first of all, he's a great kid. He has that ability, skating-wise, to get pucks, hunt pucks, get pucks back, forecheck for, guys like David and Lindy or some other guys. So that's why I kind of like to use him everywhere, because he can do that and he can check too. So again, he's been good in the past, and we thought that we tried again different ways, and we'll see what happens.
Well, Vancouver Canucks come here having won 3 in a row, including last night. What do you expect to see out of this team tonight?
A lot of work, a lot of energy. They feel good about their game. They play the best hockey without Hughes in the lineup. That just shows you, it's a young group. They play free now. They have no pressure. They play their game hard, and we just better be ready.
Appreciate the time. Good luck tonight. There's Marco Sturm. Bruins and the Canucks are next. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston 98.5 The Sports Hub.
On Thursday night, the Bruins were up for the challenge against the Oilers, but Connor McDavid proved to be too much. Pasternak deflected, goes up off the top of the net. And Nugent Hopkins has it. He'll clear it for McDavid, shorthanded. McDavid on the breakaway, scores on the backhand. 3-1 Edmonton, a shorthanded goal for Connor McDavid. Now they play host to a Vancouver team that's perfect on their East Coast trip. It's the Bruins and the Canucks coming up next.
This is Boston Bruins hockey.
Across to Esposito, a shot. No! Cam Neely, wow.
Nathan Horton wins Game 7 in overtime. Geekie scores. And there is point number 100 for Pasta and goal number 30 for Morgan Geekie.
Boston Bruins hockey is brought to you by your local New England Honda dealers, Shaw's and Star Market, Safety Insurance, Town Fair Tire, Granite City Electric's GCE Night Train, Ticketmaster, your New England Ford dealers, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Service Credit Union, TD Bank, and by Catcher's Law.
Backhand, it'll save Thomas. Swayman made a great stop of the far post.
And by Dairy Queen, Peerless Spoilers, your New England Chevy dealers, Timber Tech Decking and Railing, Charles D. Sheehy, Wendy's, Live Nation, your Boston area Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Back to Orr. Put in. Fire. His 100th point. Backhand score on a penalty shot for Raymond Bourque.
David Pasternak calls game, and the Bruins win it 2-1. Bergeron! Bergeron! And the Bruins win the series!
Now, here's Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers.
And we're at TD Garden for the Bruins and the Vancouver Canucks. Boston 1-1 on the homestand so far. How do they get back to their game against the Canucks tonight?
Well, they need to. I mean, Vancouver's going to come in here hungry. They're feeling pretty confident about themselves. They're missing, Pettersson out of their lineup and up front. They're missing, obviously, Quinn Hughes gets traded the other day, but they continue to win some hockey games. This is when you're missing top players, you go to your work ethic, right? And that's what Vancouver has done. And you heard Marco Sturm talk about that they are going to work. They're going to work extremely hard. The Bruins need to be ready to match that. there's no reason for the Bruins to be complacent. They're coming off a loss of their own, and every point means so much right now in the Atlantic Division. So on home ice, coming off a loss, you expect the Bruins to be better here today.
Keys to the game brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the guaranteed lowest prices on tires, go to Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. We'll have the opening face-off coming up next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Wendy's has new chicken tenders and new sauces. So whether you're a creamy ranch girly or a new Wendy's signature stand, you can dip to your heart's content. Now let's wrap this up, because I got to dip. I want to try these new tenders. For tendies you're going to know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Sports don't get any tougher than hockey, and trucks don't get any tougher than Ford F-Series, F-150, and Super Duty. The trucks that move mountains also move parade floats and snowmobiles. With that versatility, it's no wonder Ford F-Series is the #1 selling pickup for 48 years straight. Visit buyfordnow.com for great offers. Your New England Ford dealers, a proud partner of your Boston Bruins. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Hey, it's Charlie McAvoy. I love working with Service Credit Union because I believe in their mission to support the health, safety, and financial well-being of first responders. They put people before profits, and this season, Service Credit Union is giving back in a big way through our 73 Reasons campaign, donating $200 for every block shot and $1,000 for every shutout, up to $250,000. Service Credit Union, success built on trust, banking built on service. Join the team and learn more at servicecu.org.
The scrape of blades, the clash of sticks. Hockey's more than a game. It's unrelenting, never-give-up moments that make you feel alive. And so you commit to the weekly ups and downs, the long road to the playoffs. You wear your heart on your sleeve and your jersey with pride. And when you're there for your team, the NHL Shop is there for you. Check out the largest selection of official NHL gear at NHLShop.com. A Fanatics experience.
Hey, it's Big Jim. Are you stuck in traffic going to the game? Next time, do what I do. Just take the train to North Station. With Commuter Rail, kids 11 and under always ride free. And if the game's on a weekend, you ride with $10 weekends. So next game, don't be late battling traffic and parking. Ugh. Get tickets with the M-Ticket app and take the train straight to the game.
The Revolution play on the Sports Hub.
Back at TD Garden for the Bruins and the Vancouver Canucks. And before we get to our opening puck drop, let's take you down to ice level for tonight's Canadian and American national anthems with Todd Angeli.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Crusaders, that's the spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Todd Angeli with the national anthems. We get set for the opening faceoff here tonight. Canucks and Bruins. We take a look at the starting lineups. In goal for Vancouver's Kevin Lankinen. On defense, the pairing of Zeev Buium and Tyler Myers. And an up front, Evander Kane, David Kampf, and former Bruin Jake DeBrusk. For the Bruins, it's Jeremy Swayman in goal, Nikita Zadorov and Charlie McAvoy, your defensemen up front. A line putting back together Tanner Jeannot, Fraser Minton, and Mark Kastelik.
First 5 minutes of tonight's game presented by your New England Ford dealers. Tonight's New England Ford dealers' first 5 contestant of the game is Christina Silva of Haverhill, Massachusetts. If the Bruins score in the first 5 minutes, Christina wins a pair of tickets to a future Bruins game courtesy of the New England Ford dealers. Enter the contest at 985thesportshub.com. Bruins in the home black sweaters, black helmets, and black pants. Vancouver in white helmets and white sweaters with blue numbers and green trim and blue pants. Boston will go from left to right here in the first period. First of 2 meetings on the year. Bruins will visit Vancouver coming up on January the 3rd as part of that post-Christmas road trip through Western Canada. As Kastelik gets it deep and goes after it behind the net. Gives it back to Zadorov for a one-time that goes wide. McAvoy skates onto it near side. Comes around the far side of the net and tried to wrap it out in front. But played out of the zone here by the Canucks. McAvoy back inside the Bruins zone. Able to skate away from Evander Kane. Brings it out into center ice and all the way across the Vancouver line. On the left side, here's Geekie with a shot. And Lankinen makes his first stop. Geekie at the back of the net. Comes around near side. Backhand in front. It looked like it hit off of Buium and went wide of that far post. Zacha at the red line. Gives over to Geekie near side. Tried to spring Middlestad into the attack zone. It was taken away. Connor Garland will get it back into Boston territory and flip it down into the left wing corner. Hampus Lindholm try to play it up the wall. It'll come back to him, and now on to Geekie near side. He's got Peak coming out up the middle. Gives to Hampus on the left side and lifted into the Vancouver zone. Glove down there by Marcus Pettersson, and a hand pass coming out into the neutral ice for Vancouver.
Yeah, I love the energy right off the hop. McAvoy flying. He jumped up into that play. Gets involved offensively, gets right back into the neutral zone, controls the puck, makes a play. I mean, that's, you want to see some really good jump from your team right off the hop, and you want to see them have a good start. They talked about that shot from Zadorov off the pass from down low, and you got traffic in front. Kastelik into the zone quickly. They start that line for a reason. And that line got put back together, talking about Kastelik, Minton, and Jeannot. They got put back together last game, partway through it, and again here today.
Here's Pasternak, a takeaway along the near side boards of the Vancouver zone, trying to center it. Kicked off a leg back to Soderstrom at the right point. Back toward Pasternak near side, but chopped away from him and out of the zone. And now a foot race up ice. Drew O'Connor going to get to it deep in Boston territory. Took a bump from Soderstrom. Pusnadinov on the far boards. Shoved to the wall by Ratu. Angled out of the zone by Lora. He's got Pasternak moving ahead, and a blast from the right circle. Hits the glass in the far corner. O'Connor got it back into Boston territory. Free puck comes along the near side of the blue line. Elias Lindholm will drop it back. McAvoy to Zadorov. Comes to his own blue line. To the right side for McAvoy, and he'll wheel it deep. Lankinen out of the net. Weighted back toward the near corner. Bruins get in after it. Canucks will ice it here as they try to clear.
Lankinen has had some good games, but he's struggled to get some results here recently, and you got Demko playing last night, having a solid game. He's their number one, clear number one. Lankinen has done a pretty decent job, but like I said, the results haven't been there for him. So see if the Bruins can get to him today.
Yeah, 0-5-1 in his last 6 starts. They've been riding Demko pretty hard lately.
Well, Demko was out with an injury for a while. Right. Lankinen was actually played pretty well while he was out.
Off the face-off, here's Zadorov. Try to get it to the net. That's blocked, and turning up ice is Marcus Pettersson. Lob through the neutral zone and into Boston territory, but it'll get for an icing. So the faceoff will come back into Vancouver territory.
Right, I'm hating that if I'm a centerman, right? You win the draw. I just won you the draw. You're going to ice the puck?
I'd like to thank the Canucks for only having 2 Petterssons in uniform tonight.
And
only
three in their lineup. But yeah.
Marcus Pettersson and Elias Pettersson, the defenseman, and Elias Pettersson is out of the lineup tonight, the centerman. As Husnudinov gets it back over to McAvoy. Zadorov with a shot that goes wide to the short side. Ricochets back around to the near wall and chopped out into center ice. Zadorov swings it toward the far side boards, but it'll come right to Hronek. Tapped toward the red line here by Ogren. It'll come across ice and driven in deep by Marcus Pettersson. Around behind the Bruins net. McAvoy waiting for it to get to him, and it slowed up.
Didn't get to him, yeah.
Now he's in a tangle back behind the net. The Bruins will escape with the puck. Pasternak got it to the blue line. Knocked down in the neutral ice here by Husnudinov. Got it just into the Vancouver zone. Bruins have gone for a change here. Canucks have it. Just over 3 minutes gone here in this first period. Hronek back in his own zone here for Vancouver. Tries a pass through the neutral zone. It gets into the far corner, and they're going to whistle that an icing.
No, well, they did. I thought Besser got a piece of it. Besser said he got a piece of it. I thought he did too. I mean, that was a hard pass up to the far blue line where Besser, or just above the red line, I should say. And all he was doing was looking to get a piece and get a line change. But even if he did, the benefit of the doubt,
even if he didn't, Connor Garland was probably going to get to it first.
Yeah, and Garland would have gotten there exactly, and Swayman covered it up.
Right.
So they got every right to argue on this one. How many different ways?
Yeah, at least
should
three.
This face-off be at center ice?
At least 3 things could have waved that icing off.
No whistle at all.
Face off to the right of Lankinen. See if the Bruins can take advantage here. Stalemate on the draw. And Zacha able to push it toward the far wall. They get it back to Hampus Lindholm over the point. Toward the corner, it got through Middlestat, run back around the near side, and took a funny hop out of the corner. Hronek will backhand it on to Besser.
I've already seen a couple funny bounces out.
Middlestat near the attacking blue line. Floats it toward the slot, but too far for Geekie. That one will angle out of the zone, and no icing this time as it comes down towards Swayman.
Middlestat could have played it.
Hampus Lindholm starts it out. Bruins moving from left to right. Directed into the Vancouver zone. Middlestat on his horse will get to it along the end boards. Try to play behind the net for Zacha. 2-on-2 battle in the far corner. Puck comes free to Geekie. Sent it toward the slot. Kane got a stick on it. McAvoy keeps alive. Along the near boards, they battle. And the Canucks will break out. DeBrusk with a lane up the left wing side. Comes to the circle. Drags into the slot. And the backhander is saved by Swayman. No rebound.
Yeah, Jake DeBrusk on 9 goals this year. That's a pretty good move there. Evander Kane makes a good defensive play there on McAvoy, just inside the blue line at the offensive zone. And now everyone's trying to hustle back into the play, and DeBrusk is going to cut to the middle from that left wing side. He's got some help in the middle before Middlestat can be back on the back check. Goes to the backhand, and good save by Swayman for his first.
Jake DeBrusk in his second year of a 7-year free agent contract he signed.
His father was just here the other day, Louis.
Yeah.
Doing TV for Edmonton.
Jake had 28 goals in his first season in Vancouver. As the puck wraps around toward the near side of the Vancouver zone, and Kane will clear.
He can get hot.
Oh, has always been a streaky player. When he gets going, they come in bunches.
And his father, 2 very different kinds of players.
Puck coming around the near side boards, and Kampf is there. Knocked away from him by Minton. Zadorov took a tumble in the near corner. Puck wraps around the far side, comes back to Kampf behind the net. McAvoy shadowing him into the near corner. Back toward Elias Pettersson. Sent it over to the far side. Shot attempt by Wielander was blocked. Jeannot on the far side circled. Finds some open space here as the Canucks go back for a change. Jeannot from center ice. Dumps into the right wing corner. Near side. Elias Pettersson sent it around behind the net. Wielander cleared to neutral ice. onto the skate of O'Connor, kicked it to his skate, and then had to avoid running into his teammate Ratu. Puck will come around the near side of the Bruins zone. Sherwood fired across into the far corner, off the ricochet. Shouldered by VL was Hronek, and that wins the Bruins the puck back.
Good one-on-one battle there by VL. Back in the lineup here today. Steve's out of the lineup, becomes the casualty.
Ratu sent it into the Bruins bench.
Now for Steve's, it had just gotten a little bit stale for him. It really had. I mean, he had been playing basically on the top line for a little while, right? You're missing, Pasternak, and you miss a couple other guys. All of a sudden, he's going to get ice time, and he delivered. He played really well. Now, when everybody gets healthy, you get demoted. You get put on a different line. Can you produce on a different line? Can you do things when you're not scoring that's going to help the team win? And he wasn't getting the chances. It's just a little stale, and I think it was a good time for a little reset for him and see. And for VL, look, you don't accept your role as a guy that sits out a lot, but you understand it, and I think he's a guy that he can sit out a handful of games and put him back in. You're going to get, that straight ahead game from him, and the hard work and battles one-on-one and the toughness and everything else. And, I think it's a good time to have him back in there.
Yeah, Marco Sturm used that, that word reset this morning when he talked about Steve's. Just
you can see it coming.
Yeah, the last couple of games, he said, just haven't been quite the same. So give him a reset and bring him back on strong here. As the Bruins gain the attack zone, Pasternak gives across. Soderstrom, top of the circles, trying to get Pasternak coming down the left circle, and Hronek broke it up.
Yeah, not a bad idea there by Soderstrom. Good eyes up, so trying to find Pasternak through the seam. Vancouver defended it well.
Back out in the neutral ice here, Peak and Hampus Lindholm. Lindholm's pass bounced off the skate of Sasson. And the Bruins have it here with 13:30 to play in this first period. No score. Just one shot on goal so far for either side. Peak from his own blue line. Up the right side for Zacha. Cross ice off the carom. Here's Geekie left wing circle. Forced into the corner by Myers. And the Canucks start to break out. Garland lost it coming into the neutral zone.
Just a good gap by Hampus Lindholm, right? He's right there. He's in his face. There's back pressure on Garland from one side. You got Lindholm right in his face on the other side.
Besser sends across ice here and dump in by Marco Rossi. Hampus sent it around behind the net. Peak to the near side for Geekie. He'll carry out to center ice. Flips it to the left wing side for Middlestat. Back to Hampus Lindholm for a shot. Handcuffed Lankin in a bit, but he made the save.
Well, I think it went off the defenseman there on the way in, right?
There's Middlestat turning with it in the neutral zone again. Brings it right back into the Vancouver zone from the high slot. A shot, save made. Rebound in front, and Geekie nearly had a chance as it came through the crease. McAvoy from the near corner.
Penalty coming.
Zacha in that far corner now. Trying to get it to the front. Ricochets off toward the near side and a race for it. And DeBrusque gets a stick on it first, and that will draw the whistle for the penalty. So the Bruins will go to the power play first here tonight with 12:26 to go in the first period. No score between Boston and Vancouver on the 98.5 The Sports Hub. Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
No time of the year sounds better than the holidays. We look forward to the opening of new presents, heading out with family to see holiday lights, then racing back home to enjoy a traditional family meal. Or sometimes running back out to grab the last-minute gift. Get into the holiday spirit during the Lexus December to Remember sales event. Get offers on select models now through January 5th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Doors creaking, windows sticking, might be time to look at your foundation. Foundation issues can cause more than just cracks. They can affect the interior of your home. At Ramjack New England, they've been getting dirty and fixing foundations, sidewalks, and more since 2015. Trust the local experts and whack the crack with Ramjack. Ramjack.com.
Here's Boston defenseman Charlie McAvoy on treating his hair loss with Leonard Hair Transplant Associates.
You never think about it as a kid when you have a full head of hair that, you're destined for that same fate. But when I started noticing 22, 23, didn't really know what I could do about it. And then it was just really natural how through the guys I was able to meet Dr. Lepresti and then going over and talking to him and finding out how seamless it would be to get the results that I was looking for. And I couldn't be happier with the work that he's done and how well he's treated me.
Call 1-800-GET-HAIR for a free in-person or virtual consultation.
Join 98.5 The Sports Hub and Corona at Lonsdale Wine and Spirits on Mineral Spring Ave in Pawtucket, Rhode Island this Saturday from 5 to 7 for a chance to enter the Corona La Playa Awaits Flyaway, a trip to see the Boston Celtics in Miami.
Must be 21 plus. Rules and restrictions apply. Courtesy of Corona, the official cerveza of the Boston Celtics. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
The Celtics play on the Sports Hub.
The first 5 minutes of tonight's game were brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Celebrate the year-end sales event and hurry in to secure your deal today on a brand new Ford. 12:26 left first period, no score. Bruins to the power play. Tyler Myers is whistled off for hooking Pavel Zacha. Boston power play up to number 4 in the league. Just under 26% for the season. 4 goals in the last 4 games. Face-off win here, and McAvoy walks it to the center of the blue line. Gives it to his left to Geekie. Throws it toward the slot. Knocked away from Elias Lindholm, who stays with it. Now McAvoy out near the blue line keeps it alive, but it will angle off the far boards and out.
Yeah, they're looking for that high tip. Sherwood and Geekie getting into it over near the bench. They're looking for the high tip. That was well defended by the Canucks. They're taking that away.
Zacha starting out of the zone. He and Elias Lindholm. On the left wing, Lindholm's pass to Geekie. In across the line. Deflected puck comes to the near side corner. Pushed along by Pasternak. Zacha trying to get it out in front. Elias Lindholm, a shot from the right circle. That one off of Pettersson. Near side, it's Pasternak. Centering pass for Elias. Gets it back to McAvoy. Over to the far circle. A one-timer score! Geekie with a blast from that left circle, and the Bruins grab a 1-0 lead on a power play goal.
Well, good hustle. You know, you had that first shot, and then they work to keep it alive in the offensive zone. They don't let Vancouver get possession and clear that puck. Even when they try to make the pass in the middle to Elias Lindholm, it's not there, but Elias Lindholm pushes it back to McAvoy in the middle of the ice out by the blue line, and then McAvoy is going to send this puck into the left wing circle. Geekie's outside the dot on the left wing circle, and he gets all this shot, but it's also kind of a knuckler. Kind of rolls a little bit on him, and it goes just up and past the glove of Lankinen. He's outside the dot on that shot. You know, he's in the circle, but just good hustle to keep a puck alive. Good retrieval, and you keep Vancouver hemmed in their own zone.
25th of the year for Morgan Geekie, his 7th power play goal. And the Bruins with a 1-0 lead with 11.5 to go here in the first period.
And as usual, you know, you come out with Jeannot and Kaslik right after a goal is scored.
Kaslik trying to get it to Peak out near the blue line, but deflected out of the zone, and now Peak has to outrace Evander Kane to it. Jeannot turns it back toward the far side. Hampus Lindholm will chip it ahead toward the left wing corner. Kaslik in pursuit, and Wielander smartly ducked out of the way.
He did not want that puck first there.
Camp sent it back
no
to the
man's
corner.
land. That's a tough one for a D.
Bruins able to win the puck back here on the forecheck as Jeannot sent it for Minton. That one gets cut off. Held in though by Peak. Throws it in front off Jeannot's stick. And Wielander will push it up toward DeBrusk in the neutral zone. Over by the Boston bench, Hampus Lindholm regains. On the right side, Jeannot carries it across the Vancouver line. Here's Asamont, right circle, a shot, and the glove stop made by Lankinen.
You know, you look for energy after a goal. Keep the momentum up, you know, and that's why they go with that line. And put, you've got Minton back in between Jeannot and Kaslik. It had slowed for them a little bit on that fourth line with Corrali, but, you know, not to the point where it was bad. I'm just saying that, you know you're going to get what you're going to get from those guys, those wingers. They're just going to bang, and they're going to try to create offense with their physicality. And they went back with Minton in the middle of those two last game, partway through the game. Stick with it here today.
Puck wrapped around the near side of the Vancouver zone. O'Connor looking to clear, blocked by Asamont. Corrali moves the puck along the blue line, carries it toward the slot, and it came free. Viel tried to backhand it, but that was directed off into the far corner. Lori with a drive from the left point. That one goes wide. Near side, Asamont will play it back around behind the net. Corrali brings it back toward the near circle. He and Asamont crisscross. Asamont takes the puck and centered, looking for Viel, and pushed back towards the corner instead.
Yeah, good stick by Lankinen.
Crossing pass just missed Lori.
It was there for him.
Headed the other direction is Sherwood. His pass toward the middle of the Bruins zone was blocked by Viel.
It was there for him. I think he took his eyes off the puck.
Pasternak coming back into the attack zone, gets knocked down, and a penalty coming up.
It's a trip.
Bruins will go back to the power play. leading 1-0 with 9:35 to go here in the first period on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Sports don't get any tougher than hockey, and trucks don't get any tougher than Ford F-Series, F-150, and Super Duty. The trucks that move mountains also move parade floats and snowmobiles. With that versatility, it's no wonder Ford F-Series is the #1 selling pickup for 48 years straight. Visit buyfordnow.com for great offers. Your New England Ford dealers, a proud partner of your Boston Bruins. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Wendy's has new chicken tenders and new sauces. So whether you're a creamy ranch girly or a new Wendy's signature stand, you can dip to your heart's content. Now let's wrap this up because I got to dip. I want to try these new tenders. For tendies you're going to know by name, got to be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. We've all seen them. Drivers who are looking at their phones. Is there anything more crazy? It's like they're asking to be in an accident. And why are they even on their phones? To find better car insurance? That's easy. Just pull over and talk with an independent agent about safety insurance. They'll make sure you benefit from great coverage and great value. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
TD Bank cardholders score special benefits at TD Garden. From Pro Shop discounts and free tours to free popcorn and more. These benefits were made for game time. Card eligibility restrictions and terms apply. Learn more at td.com/TD Garden Perks. TD Bank, Bank of the Boston Bruins and the Boston Celtics.
This is Boston's home for sports.
The Bruins Stadium Series jersey has arrived. Don't wait to get your hands on this limited edition sweater before the Bees fly south to take on the Lightning in the 2026 Navy Federal Credit Union NHL Stadium Series. Bruins gold takes center stage, featuring a football-inspired logo treatment, new bear-slash details, and a sunshine motif. Visit bostonproshop.com or stop by the Pro Shop located at the Hub on Causeway to grab your jersey before they sell out. 9:35 left first period here at TD Garden. Bruins 1, Vancouver 0, and Boston goes right back to the power play as Marcus Pettersson called for tripping David Pastrnak. Boston gets set up on the man advantage. Geekie along the far side wall. Gets it down low. Elias Lindholm walking right out in front, and Lankinen met him at that far post. That puck nearly found its way in.
They're giving him the lane. I mean, really, the Bruins kind of spread out there a little bit. Zaka, the only guy close to the net, and so Elias Lindholm gets that puck to the right of Lankinen on the goal line. He's going to just take it right to the net.
Off a clear. Bruins coming back through neutral ice. Elias Lindholm, right side for Pastrnak. Walks it down the circle.
Pretty easy entry right there.
McAvoy at the right point. Gives to Pastrnak on the half wall. Comes toward the dot. Now down low and toward the corner. Pasta sizing up his options here. Gives back up to McAvoy. Right back to Pasta. Top of the right circle. Shot. Save Lankinen. And the rebound. On the near side. Zaka angles it off the wall to Pastrnak. Pasta floats it in front. And a one-timer by Lindholm from between the circles. Turned away. And the Canucks clear.
That's a really good save by Lankinen. That's good puck movement right there. And they got that puck into the middle. Nice saucer pass from the right wing circle. Or below the right wing circle there from Pastrnak. Into the middle for Elias Lindholm.
Pasta stays out while the rest of the unit changes here. Asimont will wheel it around behind Lankinen. 40 seconds to go on the power play. Pasta in that far corner. Deflected puck comes to Hampus Lindholm. Got it in front for Middlestad. And he tried to pass it off toward that far side. And they never got a shot. Hampus to Asimont. Near circle to Middlestad. Pivots toward the corner. Brings it back toward the near side boards. Now it's Hampus again, center of the blue line. Over to the far side, one-timer Pastrnak. Lankinen in the save, and then he gathers in the rebound with Asimont right there.
It worked last time. Why not try it again, right? That was Pastrnak instead of Geekie, but Middlestad had a chance to maybe do something else with that puck. And he ended up trying to make a little backhand pass across. He also had the chance from Elias Lindholm coming from the backside there and in the middle. Two good opportunities. Puck movement, power play good. Trying to find Husadinov, right? Middlestad on that backhand pass. Yeah. Just a little bit in front of him.
Face off in the offensive zone. Still 15 seconds left on the power play. Middlestat wins the draw. Hampus at the left point. Gives to Lorai over that far circle. Now down low to Middlestat. Steps in behind the net. Husadinov of the right circle. Hampus again, center of the blue line. Power play about to expire. Lorai to Asamont. Kicked it back to Hampus. Winds and fires. Save made. Rebound got forced wide of the net. Canucks back at full strength here. 7:25 to go in the first. And then Middlestat takes a tumble to the far corner, but they'll play on. Busnadino toward Middlestat. Canucks will get it out as Rossi chips it up the right wing boards. Hampus Lindholm back in front of him. Turns it toward the near side for Lorai. Lorai pass tipped through neutral ice here by Jeannot. And Asamont going toward the back of the net. Spun back around toward that far side. Kept alive by Zadorov. Jeannot back to Zadorov on the left. Point a shot that got through. Lankinen made the save. Minton got it over to Jeannot for a chance, but that was blocked. Peak to the back of the net. Near side circle. And Jeannot. Kane will get it out here for Vancouver. And now in a foot race with Pete. Kane gets to a puck at the left circle and shot it up over the net.
Despite some of the injuries he's had, Kane, throughout his career, he can still move.
Marcus Pettersson from center ice, lifting one into the Bruins zone. Glove down between the circles by Zadorov. Off the near boards, it evaded Peak. Sasson throws one in front. That goes all the way through. Jeannot to the far side against Myers will come away with the puck and give it a Peak near side. A dump in from the red line. 6:08 to go here in the first period. Bruins with a 1-0 lead. Sasson brings it to the Boston line. Sends it toward the slot. Loose puck right between the circles. Nobody can find it. Sasson's got it near circle, and his shot gets blocked off behind. Around to the far side for Hronek at the right point, and his shot finds its way into Jeremy Swayman's glove. We'll take a timeout with 5:48 to go here in the first period. It's the Bruins with a 1-0 lead on Vancouver here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub. Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2026 CR-V or a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HR-V. Hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details.
Score a hat trick with Avidia Bank's free checking. Get your paycheck up to 2 days early. Enjoy free ATMs through the Sum and All Point networks. And never get blindsided by minimum balance requirements or monthly fees. That's a win for your wallet, hockey fans. Visit AvidiaBank.com. Avidia Bank. Honest to goodness. Member FDIC. Member DIF.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law. At Catches, we don't just work here, we live here. We're part of the same neighborhoods, the same schools, the same New England towns that you call home. So when life hits hard and you need someone in your corner, you deserve lawyers who truly understand what's at stake. With over 40 years of experience and more than $3 billion recovered for the people of New England, we know how to win, and we know how to fight for you. Visit catcheslaw.com today to schedule your free consultation. And remember, there's no fee unless you win.
Feeding the Puck for Families is proudly presented by the Shaw's and Star Market Foundation. With every assist, the Shaw's and Star Market Foundation Nourishing Neighbors Initiative will donate funds to the Greater Boston Food Bank to end hunger here in our local communities. Up to $50,000. Learn more at 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic. Hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
Boston Sports Talk, the Sports Hub.
5:48 left here in the first period. Bruins with a 1-0 lead. Charlie McAvoy and Elias Lindholm assisting on Morgan Geekie's power play goal with those feeds. Shaw's and Star Market Foundation donates another $200 to the Greater Boston Food Bank to help fight food insecurity. Learn more about feeding the puck for families at 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck. Bruins will get a clear off a face-off in the defensive zone. Asamont got the pass from McAvoy. Corrali ends up offside at the attacking blue line. He stretched to try to keep that skate on the line.
Play got slowed up just a little bit because Asamont had to take the pass. Well, it wasn't a pass. It was a wraparound off the boards, off of the skate. Kind of slowed it up coming through the middle.
Corrali will match up against Atu Ratu on the face-off. Just outside the Vancouver line. Canucks win this one. Elias Pettersson pass up the left side for O'Connor. McAvoy stopped the centering feed. Zadorov will move it around from behind the net toward VL. Press back into the corner. Zadorov Knocked down by Ratu in that far corner. O'Connor tried to get it to Ratu, backing his way toward the front of the net. Couldn't handle that pass. It'll come back for Elias Pettersson. A shot that got through and kick save made by Swayman. Rebound from Sherwood forced wide.
That changed direction on its way in.
Asamont backhands into the neutral ice. Viel and Corrali trying to move it forward. Corrali got it into the attack zone, but Pettersson was there. Back out to the red line. Dumped right back in by Asamont. Boston goes for a change. Pasternak giving some pressure on Nylander in the Vancouver zone. Now Husnudinov takes one away along the far side boards. Pasta trying to get it to Elias Lindholm, who gets forced around behind the net. Near circle. Couldn't get it to Pasternak. Rossi played it toward the far side. Back across to the near side now, and Besser.
Oh, he couldn't play it. Pettersson just on the ice.
Marcus Pettersson had just jumped on, turned it over as they would have had too many men. Husnudinov's effort, though, gets forced wide of the net. Loose puck at center ice. Marcus Pettersson gets it to the Boston line, but offside.
Fans, hockey season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
4:18 to play, first period. Bruins with a 1-0 lead.
I know the keeper Sherwood's been, there's a lot of rumors out there about him. And he's got 16 goals this year, but some rumors about him maybe being on the move. And Bruins have been linked to him by a couple of different things. They're taking some good shots at him on the way off the ice. That last one was Viel. There was a couple of shifts ago, somebody else.
Yeah, career high 19 goals last year. He's got, as you mentioned, 16 already this season. Puck gets dumped in. He had 3 of them last night in the win over the Islanders.
I think that's his second hat-trick of the year, is it not?
I believe it is. Here's Evander Kane bringing out into the neutral zone. Chipped up the right wing side, and Peak will come back for it. Around the near boards, Kastelik able to keep it away from DeBrusk, but Kane regained here for Vancouver. DeBrusk near circle, lost it to Minton, who in turn lost it back to Kane. Thrown in front. Camp held at bay by Peak. And a penalty coming here against Boston. You're chuckling.
It's because the referee has a bad angle at it. He sees everything from the back.
Boston 26, 2 minutes for a hook.
And there's nothing there. Peak knows it. It's Peak going to the box, but the referee's in the corner. Peak, if anything, is having his stick held.
2 guys battling for a puck.
Well, yeah, but you can't. But the stick is in there, right?
Right.
And Peak's got one arm on it, one hand on his other arm's like up in the air, saying, I can't do anything. And the referee's behind them.
Vancouver with its first power play of the game. They are 13th in the league in the man advantage this year.
It was basically the same penalty. It was called, like Myers was called for a slash.
Right.
There wasn't much there.
But gets dumped in here by Garland, coming around toward the near corner. DeBrusk played it back toward the end wall. Off of Zadorov, McAvoy. As the deflect comes bouncing out of the zone. Kastelik really able to take it away from Bouillon, but the Canucks will regain. Steve Bouillon, part of that trade from Minnesota. Rookie defenseman, gain the attack zone. Shot gets blocked up and out of play here. Faceoff will stay inside the Boston zone.
Bouillon and Rossi on this power play right now. Rossi, the centerman, he's a good centerman. They had to give up something to get Quinn Hughes, and they gave up quite a bit. By all accounts, it was the best offer that Bill Guerin and Minnesota Wild had gotten. I mean, essentially 4 first-round picks, right? 3 former first-rounders and first-round pick in an upcoming draft. So it's, I think everybody fairly happy with the outcome. How Vancouver handles it moving forward still remains to be seen. They've done well so far, but
Kane coming down the left wing side, sent one all the way across to the far side. Hronek back toward the blue line, wheels it back toward the corner. 53 to go on the Vancouver power play. Husnudinov a takeaway along the far boards and gets the clear.
He killed more penalties lately, Husnudinov. Doing a nice job.
Nylander from behind his net.
He's quick on pucks. He's got a good head for the game as well. He's gained more and more trust from coaching staff.
Nylander shadowed along the blue line by Jeannot. Off the end boards, puck comes around near side. Kane coming down the wall, but beaten to it by McAvoy. Gets it to Jeannot for the clear. 20 seconds left on the peak penalty. 2 minutes even to go first period. Bruins have the only goal. Nylander finds Kane across the Boston line, trying to get it to Rossi in the middle. Instead into the far corner, where Kastelik hands it to Lohrei for the clear. So the Bruins will kill off their first penalty of the night and hold on to this 1-0 lead.
Without much problem.
And now the Canucks whistled offside, trying to get back into the Bruins zone.
You know, so this game's 1-0 right now. We haven't seen Vancouver yet this year. I know they played yesterday, and I know that they've gone on a little bit of a run here. But right now, they've got nothing. You know, it's up to the Bruins to try to extend this lead. You know, when you're finishing off this period the right way and then coming out the second period the right way. They're out shooting them 12-3 right now, the Bruins are. I know that they had 2 power plays. The Canucks have had 1. But at least to start this game, Vancouver is a little slow out of the gate.
Dump in by Elias Lindholm. Geekie behind the net. Sends a puck out in front off a skate. Still loose. Lindholm a shot. Save made. And then it came across from Geekie to Pasternak. But angled wide.
Put Geekie and Pasternak together here after the power play expires for Vancouver.
Here's Pasternak coming toward the slot. That shot ricochets wide off of Rossi. 1:08 to go here in the period. Geekie forced a turnover near the red line. But puck comes to Hronek back in his own zone. Elias Lindholm putting some pressure on the Canucks. Forced that puck in behind the net. But now it'll be carried out. Bouillon on the left side to Garland. Into the Boston zone. Runs into Peak. Hampus Lindholm in the near corner. Finds Middlestat. Lobs it to center ice. Zacha trying to get that puck to him.
Too much backspin.
Here's Husnudinov instead. Driving right to the side of the net. Goes around behind. To Hampus Lindholm. One-timer block. Zacha sent one in front looking for Middlestat. And that one hit a skate. Cleared back into the Boston zone off a deflection. Peak trying to hold his ground going into the near corner against Ogren. 20 seconds to go in the period.
The quick pass in front for Sasson. He's going to put it past the blocker side there of Jeremy Swayman, just point blank. Good hit on that forecheck. Was that knocked down Hampus Lindholm? Didn't see it, but that was the forecheck that started it for him.
So final seconds of the period ticking down here. And after the Bruins controlled most of the first period, they will go to the locker room in a 1-1 tie at the end of 20 minutes. So Max Sasson's 7th goal of the year changes the complexion of that first period. And we'll be back to TD Garden with our first intermission next here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Hey, it's Charlie McAvoy, and I'm proud to partner with Service Credit Union because I believe in their mission to support first responders. This season, our 73 Reasons campaign is giving back over $250,000 to protect those who protect us. Join thousands making a difference today at servicecu.org.
Give the perfect gift this year. 99 restaurant gift cards. They're the perfect gift for everyone on your list. For every $25 you purchase, receive a $5 bonus card for yourself. You gotta love the nines.
Driving in a Honda Wonderland. It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days, where you can drive in a Honda Wonderland of your own with a great offer on a fun-to-drive new Accord, Civic, CR-V, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or a 2026 CR-V, a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic, or a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
Hey hockey fans, it's Bob Beers. If you're ready to upgrade your outdoor living space, look no further than TimberTech Decking and Railing. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand, and it's tough enough to handle anything. It looks just like real wood, but without the costly maintenance of a wood deck. It won't rot, warp, splinter, or peel, ever. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck will last year after year after year. Connect with a local contractor or order free samples at timbertech.com to see the TimberTech difference for yourself. TimberTech, everything wood should be.
NHL fans, give yourself some great looks this season and get Boston Bruins tickets at Ticketmaster. As the official ticket marketplace of the Bruins and the NHL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game, so you can catch all the action live all season long. If your plans change, you can sell or transfer your tickets, and mobile tickets make it easy to get into the arena in time for puck drop. With Ticketmaster, you'll ensure that when they shoot, you'll score. Get tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Bruins.
The new DQ Crispy Onion Cheeseburger $7 meal deal has everything and more. With a Crispy Onion Cheeseburger, full-size fries, a drink, and a sundae, you gotta try the new Crispy Onion Cheeseburger $7 meal deal. For a limited time at participating DQ locations. Happy taste good.
Coleman!
It's electric!
A whole house generator from Coleman Electric saves the family unit. Dad's in the basement watching the game. Mom's watching another movie on Lifetime about why Dad sucks. Kid's in his room on the Xbox. Daughter's putting the cat in her Easy Bake Oven. Boom! Big storm. Power goes out. So everybody meets in the dining room. Yeah, light a candle and play Jenga. Family game night, all good. But when the power's still out on night number 4, you're chucking Jenga blocks at each other, putting the kids up for adoption, and filing for divorce. Coleman Electric saves you from this misery with a whole house generator. It starts up automatically and runs on natural gas. Every outlet, circuit, and device in the entire house keeps running. It means seconds after the power goes out, everybody can keep doing what they were doing. And that's important, because the best way to keep a family together is to remain apart. Call Coleman Electric and schedule a free estimate for a whole house generator install. And stay lit 24/7. KUHLMAN. Call Coleman.
It's electric!
Champions play here. The Sports Hub.
First intermission at TD Garden. The Bruins and the Vancouver Canucks are tied at 1. And part of our first intermission tonight, we take a look back at the week around the NHL. This week, John Klingberg and the Sharks rallied from a 5-1 deficit to win an OT. Quinn Hughes scored in his Minnesota debut. Leon Draisaitl becomes the 4th fastest active player to 1,000 points. JT Miller, an overtime hero twice for the Rangers, and a whole lot more. Here are your NHL plays of the week.
Crosby's by himself against 3 Sharks there in the corner. Works it loose. Sharks have it. And they give it to Colin Graff, and Graff will cycle backwards as the Sharks need a change. Celebrini wants that headman pass. On the right wing side, it's Klingberg crisscrossing with Celebrini. Nice move by Klingberg. Moving in. Back for Macklin. Back to Klingberg. Shot! Score! John Klingberg from Macklin Celebrini. The entire Sharks bench empties as the Sharks roar back from a 5-1 deficit. And John Klingberg wins it in overtime, 6-5.
Panarin, left side, walks to the circle, passes goal line, throw check, back out high, Zibanejad across, one-timer, score! JT Miller wins it in overtime. The Rangers come all the way back and win it 5-4.
Clark will start the breakout. Skates it across his blue line, and now the red line, and now the Flames blue line, Clark. And up the right wing side, will take it in behind Wolf's net. He gets shoved off the puck violently by Frost, and now we've got a 3-on-1 the other way. Frost up the right wing to Huberdeau, who centers. Frost scores! On a beautiful pass from Jonathan Huberdeau, Morgan Frost is the hero in sudden death overtime. As the Flames win one for their dads, they battle back and they beat the Kings 2-1.
Hughes through the slot with a shot. He scores! Welcome to the state of hockey, Quinn Hughes. It's 4-0 Minnesota.
Now lead pass out to center. It's a 2-on-1. Stutzla to the line with Brady Tkachuk. His shot scores! Make it number 11. Brady Tkachuk with his 11th overtime game winner.
Zadorov will play it off the near boards. Pasternak coming out toward the blue line, turns and fires, and they score! Off the rebound, it's Geekie with his 2nd of the night, and the Bruins make it 2-1.
Draisaitl to Bouchard, to Draisaitl, across to McDavid, in front of the net, shoveled in, scores! Zach Hyman puts it in, and they come off the bench. Leon Draisaitl with 1,000 career points. And the Oilers are up 1-0 on the Pittsburgh Penguins. The entire team out on the ice to congratulate Leon Draisaitl. in game 824 of his NHL career.
Here's the chance again. They score! Dakota Joshua! Holy Mackinac! The Leafs have scored 3 unanswered goals in the third, and they take the lead.
Elias Lindholm through the middle to Zacha. Over the Oiler line to Geekie, back to the blue line to McAvoy. Now to Pasternak, to McAvoy, a shot that pinballs wide of the Edmonton net. And on the right wing, it is McDavid to the line, but it's kept in by McAvoy. Right wing, Pasternak, centering pass off a Nurse's stick, may have glanced off the crossbar, and Nugent Hopkins through the middle to McDavid, shorthanded breakaway in, scores! Connor McDavid, a shorthanded breakaway, and the Oilers are up 3-1.
What a pass by Ryan Nugent Hopkins, right on the tape. And Connor McDavid is red hot. A shorthanded goal. They haven't used him a lot of the PK over the last 3 or 4 games. And just a perfect touch pass. And McDavid was free past McAvoy. And he went to the back end, and Swayman had no chance.
21st of the year for McDavid. Minute 41 into the third period. And the Oilers have their 4th shorthanded goal of the season. Bruins have given up 5 this year. Asimont into the Oiler end on the left. To the left wing corner, low ride to Steves to the point. Lindholm across the middle, Stad cross ice. One-time shot. Oh, saved by Pickard off of Lowry on the back door. And the puck on the point. Lindholm shot saved by Pickard. He's trying to find it. Middlestad slid the puck wide. On the left, ripped on net. Saved by Pickard.
Gavrikov being hounded by Suter. It looked like he got the stick parallel to the hands. No call coming. Trocheck gains the red line. 2:45 left in overtime. Trocheck, button hooks, far wall, center. Miller, shot, score! JT Miller, another overtime winner for the captain. Rangers win 2-1. Miller with a bullet wrist shot from the high slot. And for the 3rd time this year, he ends a game in overtime. Rangers win 2-1.
JT Miller, one of 2 overtime game winners this week, closes out the NHL plays of the week. First period is complete here at TD Garden. The Bruins and the Vancouver Canucks are tied at 1. We'll check the other scores around the league next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub, Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Hey New England, Drake May here. I'm always striving for greatness on the field, but greatness doesn't wait. It gets up, shows up, and moves forward. It takes hard work, ingenuity, and progress to achieve it. That's exactly what Chevy had in mind with the Chevy Silverado. Built bold, built for what's next. It has it all. Power, versatility, tech, comfort, the sky's the limit. Everything a great quarterback is looking for on the road. Because I know the Silverado is striving for that greatness just like me. Get to your local New England Chevy dealer today and check it out. The Chevy Silverado. Built to lead, built for greatness.
For all your heating and cooling needs, you need Endless Energy.
Home is more than walls and windows. It's where your family lives, laughs, and grows. At Endless Energy, we treat your home like it's our own. From heat pumps and furnaces to plumbing and water heaters, you get honest work, real care, and a team that shows up when it matters. Endless Energy, because your family deserves endless comfort.
Get skates for the entire family this holiday season at Sports Etc. 1303 Mass Ave in Arlington. Call 781-646-1600.
December is one of the busiest months of the year. From holiday parties to game day watch parties, there's always something going on. And while you're getting ready for all the celebrations and big games, take a moment to do something that could really warm up your wallet. Visit findmassmoney.gov. Here in Massachusetts, 1 in 10 people have unclaimed property from things like uncashed paychecks, refunds from overpaid bills, or forgotten savings accounts. Findmassmoney.gov is free, easy to use, and only takes 30 seconds to search your name. So while you're cheering on your team, wrapping presents, and celebrating the season, make sure to visit findmassmoney.gov.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights. at home, or at work. We'll make your happy place your own. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
The game is on the Sports Hub.
First intermission at TD Garden. It's the Bruins and the Vancouver Canucks even at a goal apiece. Lots of other action on this Saturday around the NHL. Some finals from earlier today. The New York Rangers with a 5-4 shootout victory at home today over the Philadelphia Flyers. The Detroit Red Wings get a 5-2 win on the road over Washington this afternoon. Ottawa Senators at home with a 6-4 win over Chicago. Minnesota Wild beat the Oilers today 5-2. They are headed to a shootout in Buffalo with the Sabres hosting the New York Islanders, and I will correct myself. It looks like the Sabres have just won that. 3-2 is the final score there. 2 periods complete down in Florida. The Panthers are trailing the St. Louis Blues by the score of 3-2. End of one up in Montreal, and the Canadiens have built themselves a 2-0 lead against Pittsburgh. End of one in Tampa. The Carolina Hurricanes with a 3-0 lead over the Lightning. And the Toronto Maple Leafs have a 1-0 lead on Nashville at the end of one. 3 games later tonight, all 10 o'clock Eastern starts. Vegas at Calgary, Anaheim hosting Columbus, and Seattle at San Jose. 1-1 Bruins and Canucks. After one, we'll have the second period coming up on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
Hi, it's Jason Todd from Blue Sky Restoration. All hockey season, Blue Sky is restoring historic garden moments on the ice. Tune in to the Bruins Radio Network every home game to hear this date in history, restored by Blue Sky. And remember, if you have a property disaster, visit goblusky.com. Restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
Whether you're putting together a hockey team or Ford's award-winning lineup of SUVs, a great team starts with the right players, like the iconic Ford Bronco family, with great looks and the 4x4 capability to perform on or off the ice, and the rugged Ford Explorer, with seating for 7 and room for all your gear. Check out the full lineup of award-winning Ford SUVs at your New England Ford dealers today. Proud partner of the Boston Bruins.
Electrical contractors, your crews have better things to do than sit in their trucks and name cloud formations. Let Granite City Electric Supply get your crews working first thing every morning. Use the GCE Night Train. Overnight delivery to your job site by 6 a.m. Or pick up your materials with 24/7 access at one of 27 GCE Night Train depot locations. Let's face it, knowing your supplies will arrive at 2 p.m. doesn't help you in the morning. Experience the GCE Night Train difference from Granite City Electric, proud partner of the Boston Bruins Radio Network.
Before every kickoff or first flash of the stage lights, there's The Build. At Gillette Stadium, unforgettable moments from Patriots football to world-class concerts begin with what's designed and made behind the scenes. And it starts with Autodesk. As the official design and make platform of Gillette Stadium and the New England Patriots, Autodesk helps the Kraft Group reimagine how New England designs and builds for the future. Because when it's built right, anything is possible. Autodesk. Make anything. Proud partner of the New England Patriots.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
The countdown to Christmas is on, and Ocean State Job Lot is ready to help you with all those last-minute needs. Running out of gift wrapping paper, boxes, bags, and bows? We've got them. Need a Yankee swap gift for family or the office party? We've got lots of options. Stocking stuffers? Absolutely. We've got something for every stocking hanging on the mantle. Don't forget the batteries and tape, too. Warm wishes from your holiday headquarters, Ocean State Job Lot.
Wendy's has new chicken tenders and new sauces. So whether you're a creamy ranch girly or a new Wendy's signature stand, you can dip to your heart's content. Now let's wrap this up because I gotta dip. I want to try these new tenders. For tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Your hot takes on the Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HD Boston 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Bruins and the Canucks tied at 1 after 1. Joined downstairs by the Bruins' Jeffrey Viel, who's back in the lineup tonight. We talked to you a little bit this morning in the locker room about, what your situation is like. Getting back in here tonight, what's your main focus?
Yeah, my main focus is just to keep it simple and, just skate and bring in energy and just be physical, just play my game. I think the simpler the better, especially in the first.
Well, this team coming off a loss to Edmonton the other night where Marco said, maybe there wasn't enough physicality, wasn't enough jump, wasn't enough forecheck the other night. How big of a focus was that early on in this game?
Yeah, I think every time you get a loss, I think you want to get right back on it right away the game after. So I think everyone was on the same page and, bringing a little bit of a spark in the first and I think a good start and just being physical.
How do you shake off that goal in the last minute?
Yeah, I mean, we just got to regroup, get back on the second, and start the way we started the first.
I appreciate the time, and good luck in the second period.
Thank you.
And thanks to Jeffrey Viel for joining us. He's brought to you by TD Bank. TD cardholders score special benefits at TD Garden, from pro shop discounts and free tours to free popcorn and more. Learn more at the TD Garden website. TD Bank, bank of the Boston Celtics and Bruins. It's a 1-1 game as we go to the second.
Yeah, disappointing way to end that period because the Bruins were the better team in the first and probably deserved more than a one-goal lead in that one. Lankinen was good, a couple missed passes, maybe a little overpass on a couple of occasions there for the Bruins. But a good forecheck, fourth line gets it done for the Vancouver Canucks and tying this game up.
And Max Sasson, 7th of the year from Ogren, and Linus Karlsson at 1945 of the first.
Just talking to a couple of their scouts here in between periods. Never drafted, played at Western Michigan. Signed as a free agent a couple years ago as Sasson. He was part of a really good line at Western Michigan. He's the only guy in the NHL, and he was the guy that they didn't think would make it. He's the only guy in the NHL right now from that line.
Bruins will go from right to left here in the second period. DeBrusk will get it deep into Boston territory.
That should have been an icing.
McAvoy takes a hit
should have been an icing
from Kane. Here's Myers with a drive. That one blocked by Minton. He clears it out to center ice.
Zadorov going over him, and Kane might go.
Oh, Kane, a couple of slashes at Zadorov.
Just let him walk away.
Play on.
Don't call the icing and let him walk away.
Wow. Puck will come deep here behind Swayman. Zadorov comes back to retrieve it.
And they call it ticky-tack hooking calls, and you let that go.
Right. Hronek behind his own net. Marcus Pettersson sends it back to Hronek, coming to the near side with a pass up the middle. And through the neutral zone. Rossi steps in across the Boston line. Wheels off toward the far side boards. Gives it off. Far circle and a centering pass for Garland, broken up. Hronek back over to Marcus Pettersson. Out of the far corner. Puck will come back up top here for Hronek. And the shot, save made by Swayman. The rebound grabbed by Middlestat. And he starts the Bruins up ice. Chips it toward the near side boards. Gets ridden to the wall by Hronek. And Vancouver will regain. Minute 15 gone here in the second. Garland to the red line. Skating across toward the far side of the ice. Gets it deep and heads right to the bench for a change. On out into the neutral zone. Middlestat up against Vilander along the near side wall. Zaka and O'Connor digging in for it as well. Puck still frozen right in front of the Vancouver penalty box. Now lifted into the Boston zone by Elias Pettersson. Campus sends it a peek in the far corner. Geekie tipped it up into the air, comes bouncing back in. Would have been offside here against Vancouver. Campus will play it out through center ice, tipped ahead by Husnudinov. Racing into the right wing corner is Elias Lindholm. Tangled up there. Through O'Connor will play it up the far wall. Ratu to the blue line just out of the zone. Lorai will reload quickly. Trying to spring Pasternak toward the left wing circle. It was deflected. Yeah. Ratu sent it around the far side and it'll clear.
Adam there. Try to get that, try to feather that pass into Pasternak, who's open.
Long pass up the near side from Soderstrom. Husnudinov kicks it in across the line. Pasternak coming down the left circle against Ogren, who forces him toward the end boards. Post able to dig it free and send it out in front, looking for Elias Lindholm. The puck instead gets out of the zone.
Pasternak with a couple words for the referee. Took a little bit of a detour on his way back to the neutral zone.
Looked like Elias did too. He thought he might have caught a high stick there. Sasson. And to get Vancouver set up. Pass kicked right to Husnudinov, but he and Lorai can't connect. Myers will send it back toward the Boston end. Karlsson just inside the line. Shoved to the wall by Corrali. Puck around the far side board. Sasson against Soderstrom in the far corner. Soderstrom wins that battle to the near side, and Viel deflected up into the air into the neutral ice. It bounces down to Corrali. Carries into the zone, but a whistle and a penalty coming here. High sticking, the indication.
Bet on Asimon?
Steve Bouillon was the recipient, apparently, as the referee goes over to check on him, and Asimon is headed to the box.
Dora talking to a linesman right now. He wants to know why it wasn't icing. Then he'll go over and have a conversation with the referee. It was a slash. It's not a high stick. William just sells this.
So this will be Vancouver's second power play of the night.
I haven't had many nights like this one with where you know, there's a couple calls here and there, but tonight's a rough one right now so far from what I've seen.
Well, as you said, you know, the things that they call versus the things that they don't call.
Yeah. I mean, Williams sells it. When a player throws his head back, that's hard for a referee to know from, you know, where he's standing and the pace of the play. And a guy throws his head back, you just assume. And then you go in and you watch it in between periods, and you come back out and you say, hey, do that again. You know, now you're on our radar now. You know, like when you see that it really wasn't.
Right. Bruins able to hold the blue line here and get the puck cleared back down toward Lankinen. Minute and a half to go on the Asimont minor. Garland kicks it into the Bruin zone. It'll come right towards Swayman. He hands it off for McAvoy to circle back behind the net.
Canucks had nothing going on their first power play.
McAvoy with steam up the right wing side. A centering pass just missed Minton in front.
It was there for him. That's twice now that they've just missed passes where they've been open.
Rossi gets back into the Bruins zone, but panned on a centering pass, and Minton will clear.
He had William coming wide open down the slot that time too, and he fanned on that pass.
William from back inside his own blue line. Right wing pass for Hronek and dumped it in. Gets past Swayman behind the net, thrown right back out in front, and they score. It's Linus Karlsson. Before Swayman could get back and get set, a power play goal, and Vancouver's got a 2-1 lead.
I mean, they've got nothing going on this power play. And just like that, the puck's in the back of the net. Yeah, Swayman can't quite get to it from behind the net, and then this pass in front, and Karlsson's wide open at the top of the blue paint, tipping it home into basically an empty net.
So the Bruins have been largely the better team in this one, but they are trailing by one with 15:38 to go here in the second period.
Talked about that, you know, a little bit this morning. You run into teams that are on a really good streak, and sometimes the puck luck is there for them. Sometimes it's, you know, any little mistake and the puck ends up, you know, in the back of the net type of thing. And that's kind of what's happened today. There haven't been many mistakes, but the two that have been made have been goals.
Boston trying to break out here and will. Elias Lindholm finds Pasta coming up the left wing side. Pulls up just inside the blue line. Back over to the far side. Back to Lohrei coming to the slot with a shot in and out of the glove of Lankinen. And the rebound pushed to the near side. Here's Husnadinov between the circles, and that one gets blocked.
He's got Lohrei for a one-timer there if he wants him.
Hronek in the far corner against Husnadinov. Puck comes behind the net with Sherwood. Around the near side wall, and it'll be banked out of the zone by Ratu. 14:50 to go here in the period. Zadorov chased behind the net by O'Connor. Settles behind the net. And now comes around toward the near side. Pass up the middle to Zaka. Tipped along for Middlestat. Middlestat got it across the line to Geekie, who winds and fires, and Marcus Pettersson broke his stick blocking that shot. Zaka near circle moving to the slot. To McAvoy stepping in, and that one blocked by the stick was Pettersson, and it's covered by Lankinen. And then McAvoy sends Hronek tumbling into the crease as they came together after the whistle.
I mean, if anything now, that second goal gets the Bruins' attention. Now they're awake and, you know, we're going now. I mean, Lohrei just had a point-blank chance. McAvoy another chance. That one got partially blocked, so he didn't really get it through. That was that Pettersson without a stick blocking that shot?
Yeah.
Pettersson complaining to the referee. I mean, you should take a look at the last 4 minutes.
14:25 left here in the second, and an attack zone face-off. Be Geekie to take this draw. Far circle down to our left. And this one won by Kemp. Comes around toward the near side corner.
Kemp takes the majority of their face-offs. I mean, him and Rossi take almost all their face-offs.
Two guys who did not start the season with this team. Kemp didn't make the Toronto Maple Leafs out of training camp. Ended up mutually terminating the final 2 years of his contract and signed with Vancouver. As a shot hits the outside of the post against Jeremy Swayman. Geekie sends Zacha out into neutral ice, kicking it back onto his stick. Gathers in across the line. Middlestad to Zacha. Here's Hampus Lindholm skating onto a puck, coming to the near circle, and a shot that ramps up out of play. He'll take a timeout with that, with 13:44 to go here in the second period. It's Vancouver 2 and Bruins 1 on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. Visit your New England Chevy dealers.
If you love the old school North End, the real North End, get yourself to Tony and Elaine's. It's a true red sauce throwback. Big bowls of pasta, scratch-made chicken parm, and the winner of the North End's best meatball. All at prices that feel like another era. Headed to TD Garden, Tony and Elaine's is the perfect pregame dinner located at 111 North Washington Street. And here's the twist. Every week, Tony and Elaine's hides gift cards around Boston. Want the clues? Follow at Tony and Elaine's on Instagram. Get the hints, find the cards, and taste the best of the North End. At Tony and Elaine's.
The great gifting event at BJ's Wholesale Club offers such great deals, we called in the greatest gift deliverer to spread the word.
Listen here, Santa's hardest working reindeer, letting everyone know the great gifting event at BJ's is on with 25% off select toys, 30% off select video games and small appliances, and more through December 24th. Plus, get free same-day delivery on eligible items. You'll save money while saving my aching hooves.
For terms, visit bjs.com/gifting and save all holiday season.
Hit 985thesportshub.com.
Fans, come on down to TD Garden tomorrow night to see the Bruins face the Ottawa Senators starting at 7 p.m. Don't miss the energy here at the Garden. Visit bostonbruins.com/tickets to grab your seat and cheer on the black and gold. Bruins down 2-1 here to the Canucks with 13:44 to go in the second. Face off in the attack zone here for Fraser Minton against Marco Rossi. Rossi's going to get kicked out of the circle and replaced by Brock Besser. And now Minton's going to get kicked out. So Jeannot gets in there. Third time's a charm. Jeannot wins the faceoff. Minton got it back to Hampus for a drive. Saved by Lankin and rebound up in the air. Lands in the near circle. Kastelik crossing to the far side for Peak. A shot got through. Save made. Kastelik's rebound turned away as well. Kastelik in the right wing corner. Brings it back along the far side boards and wraps it around near side now. Hampus Lindholm cutting down toward the near circle. But it'll be cleared out. And Peak will chase it back into the Bruins zone. Minton near the red line against Garland. Chops it off the far boards and into the attack zone. Boston will go for a change. Long pass up the right side here for Rossi. He's got Besser cutting to the right wing circle against Lohrei. Kicked away and Husnadinov backhands out to center ice. Driven right back in by Elias Pettersson. Near side, it'll come back out to center ice, and Husnadinov with some speed up the left wing. Stops along the near side circle. Brings it back toward the blue line. Puck squirted away from him. Turned over Carlson. Sasson cutting to the left wing side. And a loose puck fired to the net. Swayman makes the stop on that one as it landed onto the stick of Ogren.
Husendinov was trying to buy some time there in that offensive zone, pulling up, just lost the handle on it, got out of the zone. Bruins with some good pressure. Kaslik had a chance on a rebound opportunity, couldn't quite get the second rebound, but more pressure from, that was the Minton line after eventually the puck was dropped and they want to face off. They're just kicking guys out now again.
Yeah. Elias Lindholm out, Husendinov in. Sasson for the Canucks, and he wins it. Carlson turns, sends one through the top of the crease into the near corner. Myers at the right point. Sends it back down low. Soderstrom tangled with Carlson behind the net. Lohrei lost it, came out in front, diving ever by Husendinov. And a shot that skims just wide from Bouillon.
He didn't have to dive there. He thought he needed to.
Carlson just outside the Boston line. Will rim it around. Soderstrom in the far side circle. Lost the handle on it. And the Canucks will keep it in. Myers on the near side, plays it deep. Lohrei moves it out from behind the net. Soderstrom up off the far glass, but kept in the zone. Sherwood out near the blue line, and that puck ricochets towards Swayman, and he'll cover that up.
Now, there's a better play to be made there for Soderstrom. He's got more time and space. He needs to have communication from whoever he's on the ice with, but he's also have to have the awareness where he's got time when he gets that puck, plenty of time actually, and he tried to bank it out off the glass. It's kept in just inside the blue line, and I mean, no harm done, but just you make a good tape-to-tape pass to get out of the zone and get your speed going up the ice.
Face-off will be to Swayman's right. Rally to take this one. And off the draw, DeBrusk has possession. Coming from the corner in behind the net. Stays with it all the way around to the near side. Hash marks chased by Zadorov. Now McAvoy against Kane in the corner. Charlie trying to drag in behind the net. Being held up by Camp. Zadorov couldn't poke it up the far side wall. Centering pass by Kane comes all the way through. Off the near boards. Hronek with a high shot. Knocked down by Swayman. Angled out of the zone by Asimon. VL trying to get after it. Hronek won't let him. And the puck ends up in on Lankinen, who covers it up. And we get a scrum breaking out just to the far side of his net.
Now it's
Kane gets in there. Kane giving VL
they both
a couple
are.
of shots.
They both are. With one linesman in between the two of them.
All the gloves stay on. Things start to simmer down. Kane and VL still having a conversation, and Kane still has him by the jersey.
Vancouver really doesn't have that, that toughness. Kane can handle himself, no question. As far as a group, they don't have a lot of guys there.
And we're going to see some penalties handed out here as both VL and Kane headed toward the boxes.
Boston 48, Vancouver 91, both 2 minutes for roughing.
Roughing minors handed out. You mentioned earlier Evander Kane, some of the injuries that he's dealt with. Missed the entire regular season last year. Surgery, hips, a couple of hernias, torn abdominal muscles. Like, he was out for the entire regular season and then came back and played in the playoffs. This is when he was with the Edmonton Oilers.
He could be a valuable player. He's got a little blinders on sometimes where, he's got to do it himself type of thing, but he's good. And he can be valuable. He's physical. He's a strong guy. He can skate. Sometimes there's you wonder who he best fits with. Is it on what kind of line he fits best with, right?
4-on-4 here. McAvoy holding the puck into the right point. Pass across to Pasternak. He'll bring it back toward the center of the blue line. Trying to deke around Rossi. Got forced out of the zone. 11 minutes to play here in the second period. Bruins down a goal. Minute 35 left on the 4-on-4. Hampus Lindholm skating to his own blue line. Right side. Pass gathered into the attack zone by Pasternak, and then a miscue, and that'll send DeBrusk the other way. DeBrusk on a break, going right in on Swayman with a backhand, and the save by Swayman, and he covers it up.
Swayman has stoned DeBrusk twice now, once in the first period, and that one right there. DeBrusk coming in the left side, coming to the front of the net. He's going to go forehand, backhand, and try to slide this puck 5-hole, and Swayman stays right with him. But, I mean, talk about for the Bruins, like, for a team that's been the better team, they've made some... I'll use Marco Sturm's words from the Utah game in Utah in October. They've done some dumb things.
Yeah. Off a face-off, here's Garland into the near corner, gets knocked down to a knee by Zadorov. Puck's underneath him there somewhere. Lori trying to dig it free. Does. Zacha backhands it to Middlestat coming out of the zone. Middlestat going to skate it into the attack zone. He's got Zadorov the trailer coming to the slot. Back across, score! Pavel Zacha on the back door, and the Bruins have tied it at 2.
Well, they win a battle deep inside their own zone, and that gets the play started. Nice pass across ice. You get Zacha moving up the ice. It ends up being a 3-on-2 because Zadorov joins the rush. Middlestat buys some time on the right side. He's going to pull up, and he'll find Zadorov coming late. And it was Zacha who cleared the lane going through to the net and then stops on the far side of the net. And Zadorov joins, and instead of shooting, makes that pass backdoor to a wide open Zacha. Myers is there. He gets a piece of it, but can't get enough of it. Zacha puts it in.
10th goal of the year for Pavel Zacha, who had the only goal for the Bruins in the game against Edmonton on Thursday. And we're even at 2 apiece here with 10:19 to go in the second period. Still 56 seconds left on the 4-on-4.
It's easy to go by the net there, too, if you're Zacha, right? Just go for a skate. He started to go by the net, and he stopped.
Here's Geekie moving to the right circle. He's got Lori down low. Geekie got wiped out in front. Lori brings it up through the high slot. Pass toward the near side, deflected off of Sherwood, a turnover. Sherwood comes back to the red line, and he'll play it across toward Elias Pettersson, far side, circling back into his own end with 25 seconds left on the 4-on-4. Sherwood pivots away from Minton. Canucks still in their own end. Nylander now will come toward center ice, cutting across toward the far side of the ice, and then lost it. Minton over by the Vancouver bench. Hampus Lindholm drops it back. Lori with a pass up the left side to Geekie. Geekie in across the line. Pass across was behind Hampus Lindholm.
They've missed a lot of passes today.
Kane just out of the box along with Viel. Kane skates it down the right circle. A backhand shot turned away by Swayman. Thrown back in front. Knocked it away by Peak. Elias Lindholm will bring the Bruins up towards center ice, and he'll chip and chase as the rest of the line changes here. 9 minutes to play in the second period of a 2-2 game. Elias trying to wheel that puck out in front, instead forced into the near corner. Pusnadinov gets it back to Zadorov to the left point, throws one toward the net, gloved by Lankinen, and he hangs on to get a whistle and a timeout. 8 minutes and 51 seconds remaining in the second period. The Bruins have tied it at 2 here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2026 CR-V or a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HR-V. Hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details.
Patriot Place is your holiday headquarters. Shop top brands or give the gift of choice with a Patriot Place gift card. Dine with friends and family, experience the joy of outdoor skating at Winter Skate, and celebrate the season. Download the Advantage app today and plan your visit. Patriot Place. Shop, dine, enjoy the holidays.
Good news, homeowners. Over the last 5 years, home values have increased more than 40%. Bad news, homeowners. Some of you haven't adjusted your insurance to cover your home's increased value, which means a natural disaster could also be a financial disaster. Relax, people. Talk to an independent agent about safety insurance. They'll make sure you have the coverage you need today to ensure a happy tomorrow. Safety insurance will help you manage life storms.
TD Bank's here for an assist with a special checking and savings account offer for new customers. Perfect for fans of the Bruins. Learn more at td.com/garden offer or stop by any TD Bank location in New England. Terms and eligibility apply. TD Bank, Bank of the Boston Bruins.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic. Hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
Zoe and Beetle, middays on the Sports Hub.
Want to win big and give back this holiday season? The Boston Bruins Foundation 50-50 Holiday Jackpot is live, running until December 23rd. Proceeds benefit 5 organizations that help support our community this holiday season. Tonight's beneficiary is Fraxa, whose mission is to find effective treatments and ultimately a cure for Fragile X syndrome. Purchase today for your chance to score this game's early bird prize, $5,000 cash. Learn more by visiting bostonbruins.com/5050. 2-2 our score, Bruins and Canucks. Just under 9 minutes to play here in the second period. Off a face-off in the attack zone. Jeannot able to spin it around toward the far side. O'Connor goes to get it and will play it up through neutral ice. Sherwood trying to beat Lori to it as Minton goes right wing side for Kastelik. Back to Jeannot toward the high slot. Shot block. Came to Soderstrom at the blue line. Minton near circle. Kastelik in front. Score! Tanner Jeannot! And the Bruins are back in front. 3-2.
It's pretty good. Under some pressure, the Bruins are able to get back on a puck. Soderstrom first to touch it, Lori second to touch it, and then the Bruins are going to come up the ice. It's kind of a 3-on-3 turning into a 4-on-3. Soderstrom is going to go for a change, and that puck came to him. So he keeps it in, gives it to Minton in the left wing circle. Minton sends it down to Kastelik right along the goal line, and Kastelik takes a peek over his shoulder, sees where Jeannot is on the other side, and makes a great backhand pass to Tanner Jeannot for the quick one-timer. Coming in from the right wing circle that time. No chance for Lankinen. Good passing play by that line. Reunited here again today.
Tanner Jeannot's 4th of the year. And we get a quick, get the linesman going down neutral zone as he and Bouillon got tangled up after the Canucks iced the puck.
Bouillon tripped him. I mean, by mistake.
Right.
That initial shot got blocked. Soderstrom was looking to go for a change. And he alertly stays and gives that puck down to Minton, and then a nice passing play between Kastelik and Jeannot. On the goal, that's, I mean, this is where, at minimum, where the game should be right now.
Zadorov off of the win of the face-off, walks along the blue line toward the far side. Looking to shoot, does. Got knocked down in front, still loose along that far circle, and Sassen's got it.
He had Corrali all tied up on that far side on the rebound chance.
Biel and Myers battle their way behind the net. Myers will come away with the puck. Sassen carrying through neutral ice. Pass toward the left side, comes back to Sassen, coming right to the front of the net. Swayman made a point-blank save, that time on Ogren. Sassen looking to center, kick back toward Ogren at the blue line and knocked away from him by Corrali.
You got a 3-2 lead, and a lot of it, you know, situational, right? You're losing 2-1 at the time, and you stop DeBrusk on the breakaway, and you make that save right there for Jeremy Swayman.
Geekie gives to Husnudinov coming out of the Bruins zone, going to carry it up across the Vancouver line. Backhands toward Geekie in the corner for Zacha, got through but not to peak at the blue line, and his shot is gloved by Lankinen for a whistle.
And score a hat trick with Avidiabank's free checking. Get your paycheck up to 2 days early. Enjoy free ATMs through the Sum and All Point networks, and no minimum balance for monthly fees. Visit Avidiabank.com for details. Avidiabank, honest to goodness, member FDIC, member DIF.
So the scoring on the Bruins, 2 goals. Zacha from Zadorov and Middlestad at 9:41. And then Jeannot from Kastelik and Minton at 12:05. Face-off for Zacha in the offensive zone here with 6:39 to go in the period. He wins the draw. Hampus Lindholm's shot goes up and over Lankinen. Husnudinov on the far boards. Rossi a takeaway, but nearly handed it right back to Geekie. Instead, it'll be Carlson to clear. Kane gets it in across the line for Rossi, but he ran out of room. And Hampus Lindholm has the puck coming behind the Bruins net. Usnadin out of the near side. Hash marks forced back deeper. Lindholm will keep it moving around to the far side for Peak. Fires it out towards Zacha at center ice. Deflected off of him. Kane had it briefly, but then Hustadinov, he couldn't find the handle there, as Hronek couldn't find it either.
Hustadinov's been in between like all game. He's been right there. He's been around it. And that puck's either hopped off his stick or should I go, should I don't go?
Swayman gives to Hampus behind the net to Geekie near side. He'll send it back, and that one explodes on Hampus, but he gets it in the far corner. On to Peak, who lifts it out to center ice. Bouncing toward Wielander at the near side of the Canucks blue line. 5:38 to go in the period. Dump in by Elias Pettersson. Zacha played it from the near side boards, trying to hand it to Peak. A little miscommunication there, but
he wants it.
They settle it and get it out. Dumped back in by O'Connor. Swayman will stop it at the back of the net. Sends it for Peak in the far corner. Pasternak gives it to Zadorov at the near side circle. Zadorov up the left side for Pasternak. Carries in across the line. Pulls up at the hash marks near side. Throws it at the net.
Oh, Lankinen was cheating.
He thought it was a pass. It was a shot, and he just got the paddle of the stick on it. Puck comes around behind Middlestat behind the net toward the near side wall. And gets played through Zadorov out toward the Boston line. McAvoy off the near boards to Middlestat, tipped into the attack zone. Nylander will play it up off the glass near side, back out towards center. Sherwood to Ratu. Gorov trying to hold the line here. Sherwood top of the circle, puts one up over Swayman. Ricochets off the glass. Bouillon able to rush over and keep it alive at the far side point. Back around toward the near side corner, and Ogren forced it to the far side again. McAvoy to Pasternak. Backhands a pass to Jeannot, breaking out of the zone. Carries in across the Vancouver line, cutting to the left wing circle against Myers. They do battle in the near corner. 4:15 to play in the period. Puck will come out towards center ice. Lohrei over to Soderstrom and dumps it in. High up off the glass. Minton goes back behind the net, try to keep that one moving. Taken back by Sherwood, and he clears it past Lohrei. Hit the linesman, stays close. Castellic. Sherwood blocked his pass toward the right side. That'll get the Canucks back in on the attack here as Castellic reaches back there and takes it away from Kane, who goes tumbling to the end wall.
Yeah, nice back check there by Castellic, right? It's a stick lift. Kane thought he had. He made a nice move initially to try to get himself free for his shot, but Castellic stayed with him.
Castellic went for a big hit on Elias Pettersson in the far corner of the Vancouver zone. Pettersson just able to duck out of the way. Rossi now inside Boston territory. Besser peeling out of the right wing corner. Now sends it back into the corner and gets it right back. One-timer, and he misfired on it.
I thought he broke his stick. It didn't, though, huh?
No, just towed it. Back in come the Canucks. Near side circle. Ogren couldn't get away from Corrali. Puck out into the neutral ice. Here's Asimont just inside the Vancouver line. Floats one in the direction of Corrali. Marcus Pettersson spun it back toward the near side. Carlson from his own blue line. Here is Marcus Pettersson in across the Boston line. Sasson. Pettersson in the corner. Sasson top of the right circle. Sends it back for a one-timer by Hronek. And it tips and goes over the shoulder of Swayman and bounces into the net. Vancouver with some puck luck again. Ties it at 3.
That was puck luck. I mean, a shot by Hronek that gets blocked out high, knocks the stick out of Asimont's hands, and it just, like, almost in slow motion, this puck, a double deflection, right? It goes off of Asimont, it goes off of VL, and it goes up and over top of Jeremy Swayman with a ton of people in front of the net. He's trying to find it, can't find it. Oh, wait, did he knock it in with his hand?
That's going to have to get looked at. Marcus Pettersson.
I didn't see that. Okay. That's how it got up and over top of Swayman.
Yeah.
I don't know if this one's going to count.
That looked like he hit it with his glove.
He directed with his glove. Most definitely.
The previous goal is now under review.
Yeah. Even if he didn't mean to, he directed it with his glove. He caught it at the last second, right in front of Swayman, and he made a motion with his right arm and glove. And whether it hit his glove or his arm, This is a motion towards the net. I know that this has been a big point of contention in the NHL here recently. There's been a bunch of these plays. Some of them have resulted in, are they hand passes or not? But this one looks like it's directed by his right arm up and over top of Swayman. It has to be called back.
So the referees are on the headset right now. Jordan Samuels-Thomas and Brian Pakmara.
Yeah.
The referees tonight.
I don't think there's much doubt.
So if it stands, Vancouver has tied the game with 2:44 to go here in the second period. Marcus Pettersson taking a look up at the replay up on the board. A little bit of a sheepish.
Until we saw it's going to be a quick replay here.
Referees have the decision, and we get our announcement.
The call now is no goal due to the glove being used.
So they get it right. And with 2:44 to go here in the second, Bruins still lead 3-2.
Pettersson and Hronek are mildly arguing their case, but I don't. He doesn't see it till late, and he's not directing it towards the net. No, so I understand that. He's just reacting because the puck's coming to him. You can't put it in off your hands. Doesn't matter. I mean, it can go in off your body, right? He's saying he wasn't directing it towards the net, but I mean, kind of logic, tells you that that's no goal.
Yeah, instinctively he just, he tries to knock it down, and instead it went up and over Swayman. So here's Hronek, center of the blue line, stepping toward the near side, gives it to Marcus Pettersson. His shot through traffic goes wide on the stick side. Camp for the hash marks, plays it back down low. Up the near boards for Hronek at the right point. Throws it in front. That one blocked off of McAvoy.
It's a good shift by Vancouver following this no goal.
Marcus Pettersson walking along the blue line. Hronek calling for the puck. Gets it. Centering pass. Deflected into the far corner. Geekie goes hard in there against Garland.
Good battle between Garland's not a big guy, but he plays big.
Bruins get a clear. It'll come in on Lankinen. He shovels it aside. Minute 43 to go here in the second period. Directed deep by Besser. Peak puts a hit on behind the net. Puck will come around the near side. Myers at the right point with a shot. Well, coming out in front was Kane to try to redirect that one. Bruins will get a clear, but it'll go for an icing.
Middlestat had blown the zone. Pasternak trying to find him, but that was well defended there. Myers did not let anybody get behind him, and there's been two good shifts in a row here by the Canucks following that no goal.
1:26 to go here in the second. 3-2 Bruins. And a defensive zone faceoff coming for Elias Lindholm. He wins that. Hampus Lindholm banks it off the backboards to Middlestat. He's got Pasternak breaking out from the red line. He dumps in.
It's a different line, huh?
Yeah, Middlestat joining Elias and Pasternak, and Middlestat trying to backhand one toward Pasternak at the near circle. That forced behind the net. Elias Lindholm shot blocked to the near circle now. He chases the puck into the far corner and keeps it moving behind the net. Pasternak against Bouillon. Now Middlestat able to pull the puck free, but off the near boards. It'll come to Besser, taken right back by Elias Lindholm. Pasternak stepping to the side of the net, trying to tuck it in short side. Middlestat gets it back to Peak from the far circle against Kane. 45 seconds to go in the period. Bouillon beat to the puck by Pasternak. On the near side wall, Pasta backhands in front. That one knocked away from Elias. It'll be cleared past Hampus, and he'll chase it back into Bruins territory with 30 to go in the period. Jeannot near the red line. His pass toward the middle taken away by O'Connor, and back into Boston territory it comes. Hampus clears it right back out. Jeannot near the blue line. Lost it back in deeper into the zone as Swayman sets it up for Peak with 12 to go in the period. Hampus Lindholm up the near side to Kastelik. Fires a pass off the skate of Jeannot. And O'Connor comes back with 4 to go in the period. Tries the last second shot. That one ricochets wide of Swayman and brings us to the end of period number 2. So an eventful second period. Saw the Bruins fall behind, then grab the lead. Canucks thought they had tied it up, but instead it's a 3-2 Bruins lead through 40 minutes here at TD Garden. And we'll be back to recap the first 40 next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub, Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Sports don't get any tougher than hockey, and trucks don't get any tougher than Ford F-Series, F-150, and Super Duty. The trucks that move mountains also move parade floats and snowmobiles. With that versatility, it's no wonder Ford F-Series is the #1 selling pickup for 48 years straight. Visit buyfordnow.com for great offers. Your New England Ford dealers, a proud partner of your Boston Bruins. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
The Shaw's and Star Market Foundation has teamed up with Andrew Peak for Feeding the Puck for Families. Every time he or one of his teammates feeds the puck to help score a goal, the Shaw's and Star Market Foundation Nourishing Neighbors initiative donate to end hunger in our communities. Since it began, Nourishing Neighbors has raised more than $250 million nationwide, ensuring neighbors have the nutrition they need to thrive. Here with each assist, the foundation will donate $100 to the Greater Boston Food Bank, up to $50,000 to help end hunger. Learn more at 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck.
Driving in a Honda Wonderland.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days, where you can drive in a Honda Wonderland of your own with a great offer on a fun-to-drive new Accord, Civic, CR-V, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or a 2026 CR-V, a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic, or a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
Hey hockey fans, it's Bob Beers. If you're ready to upgrade your outdoor living space, look no further than TimberTech Decking and Railing. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand, and it's tough enough to handle anything. It looks just like real wood, but without the costly maintenance of a wood deck. It won't rot, warp, splinter, or peel, ever. And it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so your deck will last year after year after year. Connect with a local contractor or order free samples at timbertech.com to see the TimberTech difference for yourself. TimberTech, everything wood should be.
Hey, it's Patrice Bergeron. Every great play starts with an assist. That's why Avidia Bank and I are taking Assist for Kids beyond the rink. For every Boston assist, Avidia Bank donates $75 up to $30,000 to provide $150 max saving accounts for local kids. And Franklin Sports is donating $7,000 in street hockey equipment, giving us $37,000 to help kids get out and play. Because every kid deserves the chance to play and fall in love with the game, just like I did. I'm proud to team with Avidia Bank and Franklin Sports for Assist for Kids. Learn more at avidiabank.com/Team Bergeron. Avidia Bank, honest to goodness. Member of the IC, member DIF.
With a crispy onion cheeseburger, fries, or drink a sundae, the new DQ Crispy Onion Cheeseburger $7 meal deal has everything you could want and more. Only at participating locations. DQ. Happy taste good.
The scrape of blades, the clash of sticks. Hockey's more than a game. It's unrelenting, never give up moments that make you feel alive. And so you commit to the weekly ups and downs, the long road to the playoffs. You wear your heart on your sleeve and your jersey with pride. And when you're there for your team, the NHL shop is there for you. Check out the largest selection of official NHL gear at NHLshop.com. Fanatics experience.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law. At Catches, we don't just work here, we live here. We're part of the same neighborhoods, the same schools, the same New England towns that you call home. So when life hits hard and you need someone in your corner, you deserve lawyers who truly understand what's at stake. With over 40 years of experience and more than $3 billion recovered for the people of New England, we know how to win, and we know how to fight for you. Visit catcheslaw.com today to schedule your free consultation. And remember, there's no fee unless you win.
NHL fans, give yourself some great looks this season and get Boston Bruins tickets at Ticketmaster. As the official ticket marketplace of the Bruins and the NHL, Ticketmaster has a wide selection of tickets available for every game, so you can catch all the action live all season long. If your plans change, you can sell or transfer your tickets, and mobile tickets make it easy to get into the arena in time for puck drop. With Ticketmaster, you'll ensure that when they shoot, you'll score. Get tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Bruins.
Toucher and Hardy, mornings on the Sports Hub.
Jeannot finds Minton breaking out. 3-on-2 here as Minton goes right wing side for Kastelik. Back to Jeannot toward the high slot. Shot blocked. Came to Soderstrom at the blue line. Minton near circle. Kastelik in front. Score! Tanner Jeannot! And the Bruins are back in front. 3-2. And that is our score at the end of 2 periods of play here at TD Garden. Back alongside Bob Beers, I'm Ryan Johnston. Tanner Jeannot's goal gives the Bruins the lead back. And then Vancouver thought they had tied it up, but turned out the puck had been directed in off the glove of Marcus Pettersson. So they take that goal off the board, and it's still a 3-2 game. But, the Bruins, looking at, the shots on goal are 28-12 through 2 periods. The attempts are 48-28. Bruins, we've been talking about tonight, have been the better team, but it almost feels like they're playing with fire here against Vancouver with some of the mistakes they've made tonight.
It's not necessarily like mistakes. It's just missing passes. It's just being off on a couple of things. I guess you'd call those mistakes, right? But they're just a little bit off. You got guys diving for a puck when they don't need to, and and then all of a sudden Vancouver still has it in the offensive zone. You get, you're missing passes in the offensive zone trying to make plays, but they're off. So, this game, the Bruins should have at least a 2 or 3 goal lead in this game based on the way it's gone. And here's how, when the game was 2-1 for Vancouver, Swayman made a huge save on DeBrusk on the breakaway off of a botched pass in the offensive zone that leads to a breakaway. That was the 4-on-4, right?
Yeah.
So maybe the game had just gone to 2-2, but either way, it's still close at that point. And DeBrusk got a chance in the first period, and he had a breakaway in the second period. And Swayman stops him. He made another save point blank. I think it was on Pettersson, right? In front.
Yes.
So he's made a couple of really big saves at critical times for you when there's been breakdowns. The first goal for Vancouver was a breakdown, right? And Lindholm gets knocked down in the corner, and all of a sudden the puck's in the back of the net. And you're under a minute to go in the first period. Of a period you dominated. So they're hanging around, but the Bruins have done a nice job in the past, and until that stops, you give them credit that they know how to close games out. But you're looking for this period to be your best. Like Vancouver played yesterday. Play, travel, they're on the road. You're playing a lot of games too, don't get me wrong, but you're at home. So, and you're the better team right now. And you got to close this game out the right way. 3-2 lead going into the third. You got a nice, whatever you want to call it. It was the right call. It was directed in with a hand,
right,
for no goal. So you get a nice break there, but it shouldn't have counted, and it didn't. Otherwise, you got a 3-3 game in a game that you should be leading by at least 2. So this is one where you've got to close this out the right way. Make the third period your best period, that type of thing. Win a period, win a game. Don't sit back. Continue to make plays. I think they've gotten in trouble a few times when they haven't made plays coming out of their own zone, or had some errant passes coming out of their own zone that have been kept in by Vancouver. The Canucks work hard. You know that they work hard. They've got some speed. They're not an overly physical team, but they do have some of that speed and skill up front. And now you got to close this game out, though, the right way, because you deserve to be ahead. Finish it off right. Play your 60 minutes, even though it's not the perfect 60.
We'd like to see them extend this lead early in the third period if they can, but they are 16-0 so far this season when they lead after 40 minutes in this one. Morgan Geekie, a power play goal in the first period for the Bruins. Max Sasson would tie the game late in that first period for Vancouver, and then they grabbed the lead on a power play goal by Linus Karlsson in the second before Pavel Zacha tied it, and Tanner Jeannot got the Bruins this 3-2 edge. Time now for our music of the game, brought to you by Live Nation. Evanescence stops at Xfinity Center with special guests Spirit Box and Nova Twins on June 21st. Get tickets now at livenation.com. We'll check the out-of-town scoreboard when we return here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
For the best deal on any name brand tire, get to Town Fair Tire. For the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Hey, it's Felger here. Do you own your home? Are you thinking about renovating or even adding an in-law suite? If so, tapping into the equity in your home could be a cost-effective way to finance your project. To learn more, reach out to a loan officer at Cambridge Savings Bank. With competitive rates and expert knowledge of home equity products, CSB will explain your options and help you make an informed decision. Visit CambridgeSavings.com/homeequity to see current rates. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS ID number 543370.
Get skates for the entire family this holiday season at Sports Etc. 1303 Mass Ave in Arlington. Call 781-646-1600.
Hey guys, it's Big Jim. It's amazing the impact a used vehicle can have on a human life. When your car, truck, boat, motorcycle, or RV has served its purpose, consider donating it to the Salvation Army. Your donation helps provide a new direction for people struggling with addiction and other challenges. Visit satruck.org to schedule a free pickup, and they'll give you an IRS-approved receipt. I urge you, help the Salvation Army continue changing lives and doing the most good. Donate today at satruck.org.
Hockey players, stop going to the store or rink to get your skates sharpened and do it right at home with the Sparks Skate Sharpener. Sparks allows you to sharpen your skate with pro-style accuracy at home. Sparks is easy, safe, consistent, and requires no experience. Perfect sharp skates every time with just a push of a button. Over 25 NHL teams are using Sparks, and so should you. Why go to the store or rink ever again when you can get pro-sharpened skates fast and easy? Get your Sparks Skate Sharpener today at sparkshockey.com and use promo code SPORTSHUB to save $50 at checkout. That's sparkshockey.com.
Gambling can be addictive, just like alcohol and other drugs. And like with other addictions, help for yourself or a loved one is out there. Call the Massachusetts Problem Gambling Helpline at 800-327-5050.
Felger and Maz, afternoons on the Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM at HT Boston, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Second intermission here at the TD Garden with the Bruins leading the Vancouver Canucks by the score of 3-2. Busy day in the NHL. Finals from earlier this afternoon. Rangers in shootout over the Flyers, 5-4 winners. Detroit 5-2 over the Washington Capitals. Ottawa takes down Chicago 6-4. It was Minnesota continuing its hot ways, 5-2 winners over the Edmonton Oilers. Buffalo in a shootout gets a 3-2 win over the New York Islanders. St. Louis 6-2 over the Florida Panthers. Games in action right now. End of two periods. The Canadiens with a 3-0 lead over the Penguins. 3-3 Carolina, Tampa. 2-2 at the end of two periods, Toronto and the Nashville Predators. Here in Boston, it's 3-2 Bruins after two against the Vancouver Canucks. Third period action coming up next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealer.
Wendy's has new chicken tenders and new sauces. So whether you're a creamy ranch girly or a new Wendy's signature stand, you can dip to your heart's content. Now let's wrap this up because I got to dip. I want to try these new tenders. For tendies you're going to know by name, got to be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Hockey season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless Boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless Boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
Patriot Place is your holiday headquarters. Shop top brands or give the gift of choice with a Patriot Place gift card. Dine with friends and family, experience the joy of outdoor skating at Winter Skate, and celebrate the season. Download the Advantage app today and plan your visit. Patriot Place. Shop, dine, enjoy the holidays.
Hey, it's Charlie McAvoy. I love working with Service Credit Union because I believe in their mission to support the health, safety, and financial well-being of first responders. They put people before profits, and this season, Service Credit Union is giving back in a big way through our 73 Reasons campaign, donating $200 for every block shot and $1,000 for every shutout, up to $250,000. Service Credit Union, success built on trust, banking built on service. Join the team and learn more at servicecu.org.
Electrical contractors, Granite City Electric has a convenient way for you to pick up and access your materials 24/7. Introducing the GCE Night Train Depot. Pick up supplies when it's convenient for you. All materials are stored safely indoors and order size doesn't matter. It's not a locker. Best of all, it's free with over 27 Night Train Depot locations across New England. Convenience and savings all delivered to you from Granite City Electric Supply. Proud partner of the Boston Bruins Radio Network.
Whether you're putting together a hockey team or Ford's award-winning lineup of SUVs. A great team starts with the right players, like the iconic Ford Bronco family, with great looks and the 4x4 capability to perform on or off the ice. And the rugged Ford Explorer, with seating for 7 and room for all your gear. Check out the full lineup of award-winning Ford SUVs at your New England Ford dealers today. Proud partner of the Boston Bruins.
98.5 The Sports Hub and the Bruins Radio Network welcome the following new partners. Your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado. TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. Blue Sky Restoration. Tune in to hear this date in history being restored by Blue Sky all season long. And remember, if you have a property disaster, visit goblusky.com. And your Boston area Lexus dealers. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer today. From the home of the Bruins, thank you for joining our winning team.
Give the perfect gift this year. 99 restaurant gift cards. They're the perfect gift for everyone on your list. For every $25 you purchase, receive a $5 bonus card for yourself. You gotta love the nines.
Welcome back. This is 2025 Tracked. This year, we had over 29 million trips taken on the commuter rail. We can't wait to see what 2026 brings. Discover more at mbta.com/massbytrain.
Hey, it's Maz for Aaron's. Cold, windy, but there's no snow. But let me remind you that the infamous Snowmageddon year, where we got pummeled with snow, didn't start until January 26th. That's right, the weather can change on a dime, so do what I did. Be prepared with an Aaron's, the king of snow. I trust Aaron's to throw snow better and farther than any other snow throwers out there. So for you, throw back what old man winter dishes out with Aaron's, the king of snow. Visit your local independent Aaron's dealer today.
The Pats play on the Sports Hub.
It's time for This Date in Bruins History, being restored by Blue Sky Restoration Contractors.
Krug kicks it down to the right hash. Sauced into the slot. Backus knotted up. Now near circle. Pasternak, he scores! Pasternak took the cross-ice dish, and before Gibson could move over and set himself, he rifled in a power play goal. Bruins 1, Ducks nothing.
This date in Bruins history taking us back to 2018, and on that goal, Torrey Krug recorded his 200th NHL assist in a 3-1 win over the Anaheim Ducks, the most assists by a U.S.-born player in Bruins history. This date in Bruins history is being restored by Blue Sky. Remember, if you have a property disaster, visit goblusky.com. That's goblusky.com. Blue Sky Restoration, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. We ended the third period here at TD Garden with the Bruins on top 3-2 over Vancouver. This 5-game homestand continues tomorrow night with a 7 o'clock face-off against the Ottawa Senators, who played earlier today and were victorious at home. And then we get the Montreal Canadiens coming to town for the last game before the Christmas break on Tuesday night. And if you saw that first meeting of the year between the Bruins and the Canadiens, you'll want to check that one out here on Tuesday.
You know, Ottawa 6-4 winners today over the Chicago Blackhawks. Chicago's hit a major roadblock here recently, and they're without Connor Bedard, but a couple games before he got hurt, and now with his injury, so Ottawa putting up a 6 spot. St. Louis taking it to Florida. Florida's been hot. They've been playing some good hockey. Montreal right now up 3-0 in the third period against the Penguins. Pittsburgh's hit. A lot of people expected them to have trouble this year, but I think they surprised a lot of people by how well they played.
It's some jousting going on before the face-off here between Jeannot and Linus Karlsson. And then Jeannot goes over and knocks down Tyler Myers.
He's not going to do this, so he go knock down 6'7" Tyler Myers.
Jeannot knocked down by Myers in return as he cleared the puck out into neutral ice. Bouillon going to carry it back toward the Boston zone, and then he sidestepped Jeannot, who has lined him up. Zadorov in the far corner. Bruins going from left to right here in the third.
Jeannot's going to have a tough time finding.
Face-off will be to Swayman's right, near circle for us. 19:16 to go.
Around the league, you know, you take a look. Toronto's playing Nashville today. Nashville's picked it up a little bit. They're tied at 2 in the third period. And Toronto's been under the microscope, as they usually are when things don't go right. Berube His comments the other day were eye-opening, right? Asked about his team and his performance. He goes, I don't know. Go ask them. Don't ask me.
There's Elias Lindholm into the offensive zone. Dumps one in off the boards. Came to the side of the net.
Teams are feeling a little bit right now. You get that, and you had the Lane Lambert thing out in Seattle where he wouldn't take questions from anybody. You got a hooking call coming up to Vancouver.
Pastrnak tips it along for Hampus Lindholm, who tried to fire it back in front. It was blocked, but Bruins will go to the power play here.
Yeah, Lane Lambert, the coach for Seattle, wouldn't take questions from anybody except the team reporter, right? And not newspaper, like somebody who worked for the team.
A team employee reporter, and it was a minute of press conference before he
and they've since apologized for that. But so this guys are feeling it.
Yeah,
teams are feeling it. I mean, everything's so tight right now.
So the Bruins to the power play here with a minute 15 gone in the period and a 3-2 lead as David Kampf goes to the box. And a face-off win by Zacha. Geekie gets it to Pastrnak back at the blue line. McAvoy bumped it along. They work it all the way around the perimeter, and Pastrnak from the right circle, a partially blocked shot, but gets in on Lankinen, who makes the save and covers.
Yeah, I didn't get all of it because, it got slowed down just a little bit, but it made for an awkward save as Lankinen. They worked that puck behind the net. That was an interesting play. I haven't seen that a lot for the Bruins. He worked it from high down to low, below the goal line, the pass behind the net, and then to Pastrnak, who's coming downhill into the right wing circle. He's coming from the blue line into the right wing circle, gets the pass from the strong side for that one-timer.
Off the face-off, McAvoy at the blue line to Pastrnak. Comes down the right circle, crossing pass. One-timer by Elias Lindholm, blocked off of Sherwood.
Good block by Sherwood.
Out of the far corner, battle for possession. It'll come back to McAvoy at the point. Here's Pastrnak back across, looking for Elias Lindholm in that left circle. Tipped over his stick. Off the end boards, it'll come free toward Marcus Pettersson. Canucks trying to get it out, and they will with Rossi. Now to Sherwood near the red line, trying to bat it ahead. That cut off, the Bruins reload. Pastrnak back in across the line. At the right circle, Elias Lindholm in the corner. Gives it back along the wall to Pastrnak. Trying to turn back toward the near side hash marks. Gets run up against the boards. McAvoy gives over to Geekie, far circle. Deflected across, comes into the near corner. And first man to it is O'Connor. He will carry out towards center ice and dump into the Bruins zone. And then try to reach around McAvoy and get that puck on Swayman. Back out in the neutral zone, Besser.
Yeah, Bruins getting a line change, so...
Roenick will hammer one all the way down towards Swayman. 38 seconds to go in the Boston power play. 17:20 to go in regulation. Usnadinov will carry it out of his own zone. Right wing a pass to Asimont. In across the Vancouver line. Stops at the hash marks near side. Up top for Hampus. Back to Asimont along the near boards. Now Middlestat near the hash marks had it taken away. And Elias Pettersson leads the rush here for Vancouver. Shot from the top of the left circle, knocked down by Swayman, and then he covers with Ratu right in his face. And Ratu and Lohrei exchange some shots after the whistle. Ten seconds remaining on the Boston power play, and the faceoff will be in the defensive zone.
Yeah, not where they wanted that first unit. It was out there, not exactly. And they had possession, right? But not what they wanted in terms of creating opportunities. There were a couple passes that went off of skates. Trying to look backdoor, trying to look cross seam. Into the far, from one circle to the other circle.
Astolik wins the face-off from
I'd like to
Rossi.
set up for Pastrnak, but it was partially blocked, so.
Zadorov deals it out to center ice. Jeannot, right side to McAvoy, just in across the line. McAvoy's pass across. Kastelik left circle, a shot. Stick saved by Lankinen. Canucks are back at full strength. Myers gives it to Kampf. Lays it toward the far side of the blue line, and out of the zone it comes. Rossi upended, lost his stick. Here's Zadorov moving back toward the high slot. Kastelik in front for McAvoy, and a kick into his stick, and then lost it.
Another passing play that's there, and it's just off. Like, that's a great scoring chance for the Bruins, and the passes are off just enough to not get a good opportunity.
Here's a free puck just inside the Boston line. Carlson shoots and scores. Puck was just sitting there just inside the blue line. He skates onto it and puts it just under the crossbar from the left circle. Linus Karlsson with his second of the night. It's 3-3.
Well, the Bruins turned the puck over. They turned the puck over in between the blue line and red line. This is after they had a great chance at the other end and couldn't convert a passing play. And Karlsson ends up picking up a loose puck. Comes in on this left wing side. McAvoy coming over to cut him off. And the wrist shot or the snap shot. Great shot by Karlsson up over the glove side of Jeremy Swayman. But Bruins have a really good opportunity at one end and don't even get a shot away down there. And then they turn it over in the neutral zone. And Karlsson is the recipient coming back the other way.
2 goals and an assist tonight for Linus Karlsson, who had 11 points, 5 of them goals coming into this game. And we're all even. 16 minutes to play. And the puck inside the Bruins zone. As DeBrusk able to rim it around the far side. Wielander will get it back deep. DeBrusk against Lorei as they go around to the far side circle. Back to the point. Wielander put it wide. Elias Pettersson will play it back around to that far side. Viel trying to chop it out of the zone, but held by Wielander. Now it's Soderstrom from between the circles. Pass up the right side. Finds Asimov. Fights his way through Elias Pettersson. Wheels one toward the front of the net that is scooped up with a glove by Lankinen.
It's a frustrating game right now for the Bruins in the way that this thing has gone, because there are so many plays to be made for them offensively, and they can't complete them. As somebody, a friend of mine likes to say, a lot of plays die on the vine. You know, warning track power, right? It's just that's what it's been today for the Bruins offensively.
Face off in the Vancouver zone. Canucks will control. Marcus Pettersson lobbing it through center ice. Kane trying to fight his way through Hampus. Lindholm does. Rossi at the top of the circle. Turns, fires wide on the glove side. Marcus Pettersson south of the hash marks. Around the far side it'll go. Roenick comes down to get it away from Middlestat. Sends it back deep. Hampus, Lindholm, and Evander Kane cancel each other out along the end boards as both guys go down. Pasternak and Middlestat headed back the other way. Middlestat floats it toward the left wing corner. Pettersson shouldered by Pasternak. Lankinen dropped his stick.
Got it now.
He gets it back. Middlestat behind the net. Pasternak coming around near side. Turns to his forehand and has his attempt blocked.
I think he was looking back door there for Elias Lindholm. So this line stays together with Middlestat, Pasternak, and Lindholm.
And Gustadinov had started in that spot that Middlestat's currently in. Swayman can't find it. Got caught up behind the net. But the Bruins will play it away here. Geekie coming through the center right circle to the right wing side. Shot it just wide on the glove side.
The puck just jumps off his stick. Geekie
still has the hardest shot in the league this year as that shot goes wide from Zadorov.
I mean, it gets to the net in a hurry.
Zaka for Geekie. One-timer blocked by Bouillon. Zadorov to Husnadinov, who's back out near the blue line himself. Zaka will play it back to Zadorov at the far circle. Down the wall looking for Geekie. Goes into the corner against for Zaka. Bouillon has him squeezed against the glass. 13:45 to play. Zaka behind the net, centering for Geekie, who was tied up in front by Myers. And Sasson brings the Canucks ahead against Zadorov. Zadorov lost his stick, reacted like he might have caught a high stick, as that shot goes high and wide of Swayman.
That was a penalty in the first period.
Zadorov will send it back in behind the net. McAvoy in the near corner. Lost it to Besser, and a centering pass. Sherwood on the doorstep, but Swayman denies that and covers it up. 13:20 to play. It's a 3-3 game here at TD Garden on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
There's nothing like the sights and sounds of the holidays. The crackle of a fire, the tearing of wrapping paper, and the of new gifts. The smell of cookies, ornaments on the tree, and the of new toys, along with the sound of Christmas carols through the Lexus Premium Sound System. Get into the holiday spirit during the Lexus December to Remember sales event. Get offers on select models now through January 5th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Gambling can be addictive, just like alcohol and other drugs. And like with other addictions, help for yourself or a loved one is out there. Call the Massachusetts Problem Gambling Helpline at 800-327-5050.
Hey, it's Felger. This football season, make Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade Vodka your tailgate must-have. Real vodka, real brewed tea, just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it wherever you watch the game or take it with you to the tailgate. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Hey, it's Felger. Guys, are you looking for the perfect gift for your wife or girlfriend? Give her a gift card to Seaport Med Spa. With locations in the Seaport, North End, South Boston, and Brookline, she'll love choosing from their huge menu of cosmetic treatments, including the Diamond Glow Facial. With me being in the Seaport now, you'll know I'll be stopping by to get the Wooded gift card to Seaport Med Spa, and they'll have lots of treatments for us guys as well. So maybe you'll treat yourself while you're in there. You can also buy your gift card right online at seaportmedspa.com. Happy holidays from my friends at Seaport Med Spa.
The Bruins play on the Sports Hub.
Don't miss your chance to get your last-minute bids on for the 2025 Festival of Trees auction. It closes tonight at 10 p.m., so you got just over 40 minutes. The uniquely decorated trees include favorite items selected by the Bruins players and their families. Visit bostonbruins.com/Festival of Trees to place your bid. 13:20 to play here in the third period. Vancouver has tied the game at 3. Linus Karlsson's second goal of the night, 7th of the season, from Marco Rossi at the 3:53 mark. Face-off in the Bruins' defensive zone. Kastelik wins that. Hampus Lindholm sends it around the far sideboard. Jeannot out in the neutral ice. Pass across ice for Peak. Got knocked down, turned over, and Garland brings back the other way for Vancouver. Stops along the near side wall. Played it into the corner. Jeannot took a hit from Ratu. Puck comes behind the net. Jeannot able to get his body between Ratu with the puck. Peak comes back to try to help out and wins it back. Jeannot lost it back to Ratu, far circle. Back to Wielander at the right point. Over to Bouillon near side. His attempt gets blocked by Kastelik. Broke Kasti's stick. He's headed back to the bench as the Bruins clear the puck, and it will go just far enough for an icing.
I haven't seen many of those today, the icings, but yeah, that stick broken by Kastelik. Probably a smart play there because he's rushing back to the bench. Quick advantage for Vancouver in the offensive zone, but the Bruins get possession and end up taking the icing.
Kastelik with his fresh twig will come back out. The lineup for this face-off with 12:41 to go.
This line takes a lot of pride in not getting scored on. They were on the ice for that last goal. See the frustration going to the bench.
Kastelik and Kampf, both guys get one. Get in the near circle, and again it will be Kastelik and Kampf.
Well, it's Kastelik's strong side, right? If it's on the other side, probably be Mint taking it, I would imagine, but
this time the Canucks control. Marcus Pettersson to DeBrusk. Back to Pettersson. High slot shot, scores! Tipped in by Ogren between the circles, and Vancouver's got the lead 4-3.
Well, 2 icings in a row, face-off loss, and a set play to get this shot from the middle of the ice, and Ogren rotates to the front of the net, and he's in a battle with, and he does a nice job, he's in a battle with Hampus Lindholm down in front of the net, and he gets himself free in this one-timer from the point. He's going to redirect. Swayman wanted to check for high stick. I don't know if it was high enough for that. I don't believe it was, but we'll take a look, but I don't think so.
No,
not even close, actually. Ogren with a great tip. But face starts with the face-off win. 2 icings and a face-off win.
Second goal in the 4 games since he was traded from Minnesota for Liam Ogren, who also had an assist on their first goal tonight. So Vancouver has gone from down 1 to up 1 here in the first 8 minutes of the third period.
I just got a mock cheer for Swayman on that. Are you kidding me?
Not after the saves he's made tonight.
As we realize it was tipped in?
Apparently not. Puck comes deep. Here's Zadorov.
Penalty coming up to the Bruins.
Around the far side, Viel will touch it up, and that's going to draw the whistle for the penalty. Interference, the indication. Charlie McAvoy is headed to the box.
Boston 73, 2 minutes interference.
So it'll be Vancouver's third power play of the night. And they'll get it with a 1-goal lead here in the third.
Yeah, two guys run into one another. It's not interference. McAvoy's turning to come back. He runs into a guy in the neutral zone. As a Vancouver player goes down, they call it interference. It's not interference. It's just... when two guys come together and one guy goes down, they call the other guy.
Right.
They both came together.
Yeah, it wasn't. Defensive zone face-off. One back into the corner by Kastelik, hammered around the far side boards, but held in by Hronek at the right point. On to Wielander near side. Back across. Hronek over by the Bruins bench. Sherwood will tap it back in his direction. Kicked it onto his stick. Plays down into the corner and gets it right back. Now down low. Centering pass. Broken up by Peak. Sherwood's got it near circle. Wielander back to Sherwood. Just below the hash mark. Centering off of Carlson. And Swayman got a pad on it. Hronek on that far side. Gets it right back center blue line. Gives it over to the far side again. And Kane's shot gets blocked up over the glass out of play.
Well, despite out-shooting Vancouver, and they haven't done a lot this period, to be honest. The Bruins haven't. It's not been their best period, that's for sure. That's why they find themselves trailing by a goal. It's been a sloppy game for them. It really has. Yeah. I mean, they've been the better team, and it's been a sloppy game for them. Kill this penalty, you got to get back to work, because it's just this is a really frustrating game right now for Boston.
Besser able to hold the line. Here's Bouillon sending over to the far circle. Garland pivots away from Zadorov. Moves it back toward Bouillon to the right point. Down deep it comes for DeBrusk. Went to play it and jammed his stick up against the boards. The puck got through him. But Bouillon to Garland. Walking it along the blue line. Shot into traffic in front. Pete clears it away there, and Zacha sends it all the way down the ice. 45 seconds left on the power play for Vancouver. 10.5 minutes to play, third period. Boston down 4-3. Rossi trying to get it back to Garland, coming to the Boston line. That one denied by Minton. DeBrusk from his own blue line skates it to center. On the right side, it's ripped deep by Besser. Around the near side, and a penalty coming on Hampus Lindholm. As he went to get the puck in the corner, Rossi went down over his stick. And it'll be 19 seconds of a two-man advantage with two defensemen in the box here for the Bruins.
Just kind of get caught reaching a little bit, right? And just you're going for a puck. I mean, referee's right there. So he has the best look at it. Not a huge argument from Lindholm as he goes to the box. So you reach in, and if you get a little bit of the skate, you know, Rossi's trying to get there first. He's on his edge.
So with 10:07 to go, 4-3 Canucks lead, and power play now a 5-on-3. Bruins will get a quick clear off the win of the faceoff. Peak sends it all the way down. So 10 seconds before McAvoy will come out. Canucks gain the zone here with Garland just inside the Boston line. Push it down toward the corner. Rossi at the hash marks. First man out is McAvoy. Here's a clear, and McAvoy, oh, he had a breakaway, and the puck jumped over his stick. McAvoy drives it back out in front, a turnaround shot, and Lankinen kicks that away.
Another example.
I mean, nobody within 30 feet of him, and he was going to walk right to the net. Bouillon trying to get it back into the Bruins zone, but an errant pass behind DeBrusk. Minute 12 to go on what is once again a 5-on-4. And now the Canucks on a delayed offside. Pete gets it from Zadorov and scales it all the way down around behind Lankinen. Off of Sherwood comes right to Hronek. He'll carry it into neutral ice. Left wing pass to Kane, cutting in across the Boston line. Sends over to the far circle, back across, and Hronek. Boy, he was there on the back door.
Good setup.
Just fanned on it. Kane near side circle. Up top for Sherwood. Villander walks it toward the far side circle. Gives it back. Hronek for a one-timer. Save made. Zadorov clears the rebound. 30 seconds left on the Hampus Lindholm penalty. 8:34 remaining here in the third. Hronek with a pass up the right side. Right into the zone comes Carlson. He's already got 2 and 1 tonight. Hronek to Carlson, far circle. Hronek, center blue line. Villander, left circle, Kane. Throws one in front off the skate of Sherwood and a clear by Husnadinov. That should kill off the remainder of the penalty, and it will with 8:07 to go. Bruins back to full strength, trailing 4-3. Marcus Pettersson sends a dipping dump in towards Swayman. Around into the far corner, Middlestat coming back to get it ahead of Camp. Still tangled up in that far corner. Now Lori gets involved. Camp able to swat it behind the net. Ogren brings it around toward the near side circle, turns and sends it back deep. O'Connor got it out in front, peeked there, and Middlestat will bring it away. Through the center ice circle and across the line. Pasternak on the right side. Tangled up in his skates. Middlestat now in the near corner against a pair of Canucks. Elias Lindholm backhanded one toward the front. Sent into the far corner. And held in now by Lori at the far point. Walks it down the left circle. A shot! Knocked down by Lankinen.
Yeah, off his glove and out.
O'Connor will drag it out to center ice and dump into the Bruins zone as Vancouver changes. 7:05 remaining. Middlestat dropped it back behind the Boston net. Hampus Lindholm just floats it out through center ice. Elias Pettersson settles it in the Vancouver zone. Hronek pivots away from Asamont and walks back deeper into his own end. Here's DeBrusk starting it out. Got to the red line, knocked off his stick by Geekie. Hampus Lindholm plays it across ice. Asamont gets to it down the right wing circle. Went to turn in the near corner and lost his edge. And that gives Elias Pettersson a chance to clear, and he does. Soderstrom settling a bouncing puck. Hampus Lindholm having trouble handling it. Played up the far side. Geekie directed into the attack zone. Corrali chasing near corner. But it'll be cleared by Rossi. McAvoy skates back behind the net. Takes a little hack from Evander Kane. Geekie dumps in. Jeannot goes to the back of the Vancouver net. To McAvoy near circle, a shot. And Lankinen up against the near post makes the save and cradles that puck against his body. And we will take a break with exactly 6 minutes to play in regulation. And the Bruins trailing 4-3 here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord, a 4.49% APR on a 2025 Pilot, or a 0.99% APR on a 2025 Ridgeline.
See dealer for financing details.
TD Bank cardholders score special benefits at TD Garden. From Pro Shop discounts and free tours to free popcorn and more. These benefits were made for game time. Card eligibility restrictions and terms apply. Learn more at td.com/TD Garden Perks. TD Bank, Bank of the Boston Bruins and the Boston Celtics.
Hey, it's Ryan Rivard, Project Director at Blue Sky Restoration. When the unthinkable happens, fire, flood, storm, or structural damage, it's not just your property that's affected. It's your sense of safety, your memories, your livelihood. At Blue Sky Restoration, we understand that behind every emergency is a person, a family, a team. Real lives disrupted. That's why we do more than just restore buildings. We are committed to restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. So when disaster strikes, don't panic. Visit goblusky.com and our team will be there.
Wendy's has new chicken tenders and new sauces. So whether you're a creamy ranch girly or a new Wendy's signature stand, you can dip to your heart's content. Now let's wrap this up because I got to dip. I want to try these new tenders. For tendies you're going to know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2026 CR-V or a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HR-V. Hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details.
The Revolution play on the Sports Hub.
Tanner Jeannot, second period goal set up by Mark Castlewick and Fraser Minton is tonight's electric play delivered by Granite City Electric's GCE Night Train. Electrical contractors, get on board the GCE Night Train. Order your materials to be delivered overnight to the job site the following morning and save time and money. Go to GCEnighttrain.com to order. 6 minutes to go. Bruins trailing Vancouver 4-3. And the Canucks win a defensive zone face-off and get the puck out of the zone. Soderstrom along the near boards, along with Castlewick and Jeannot, both all trying to dig that free as DeBrusk held it up against the glass. Soderstrom will play it through neutral ice, redirected deep. Minton against Myers as they battle down toward the end boards. Campbell on the far side. Jeannot able to reach in and grab that puck. Marcus Pettersson played out of the corner. Bouncing puck is tipped past Lohrei, and up the right side comes Ogren. Ogren with Soderstrom coming across to make the defensive play and turn it back toward the far boards. DeBrusk got it behind the net. Sasson couldn't catch up with it, and Lohrei starts the Bruins out, moving from left to right here in the third period. Castlewick across the line, throws one in on goal. Lankinen scoops it with a glove.
And hockey season is the perfect time to get a high-efficiency Peerless boiler. Be ready and start saving now. Find the Peerless boiler that's right for your home or business and a list of local installers at peerlessboilers.com. Remember, Peerless Boilers, the world's best built boilers.
With the face-off coming in the attack zone, Bruins will bring out Elias Lindholm, Pasternak, and Middlestat, along with McAvoy and Zadorov. The Canucks win the face-off.
Yeah, the Bruins have dominated the face-off circle for most of this game, but the Canucks won some big ones here in this third.
Puck kept in the zone, but as it came across to that far side circle, Elias Lindholm had to take it away. Thrown right back in deep here. Bronick going back behind his net. Stops and sends off the far glass. Pasternak cut it off in front of Sherwood. Here's Zadorov moving it to the right side for McAvoy. Sent one through the slot. Middlestat was tied up there with Marcus Pettersson. Outlet comes to Besser. He'll dump into the right wing of the Bruins zone. Pasternak off the carom. Has it. Starts up ice. Stumbles down coming out toward the blue line. Sherwood will play back toward his own zone here for Vancouver. Myers skating it out of his own end. Pass ahead. Overshot Kane. Peak regains for Boston in his own end with 4:15 to play. Over to Hampus Lindholm. Pass through neutral ice. Geekie one-touched it along to Zacha. Tried the right circle for Peak just off. And that one got out in front, and Houston didn't have a chance from in tight.
Him and Geekie were both there.
Lob back out at center. Carlson's got Hampus Lindholm pinned against the board's far side. Kusnedinov and Geekie coming forward. Here's Hampus with a one-timer that tipped wide of the net. Peak throws it back in front. Hit the post and scored! Andrew Peak. It hit the post, hit Lankinen, and kicked back in across the line. We're tied at 4.
Yeah, good shift, good answer. Peak he gets this one through, and you're absolutely right. It hits the short side post. It's just a floater that finds its way through. Post, Lankinen's back. He never saw it coming in. So when he finally sees it, it's hitting the post, and then it hits his back, and it just trickles back over the line as he reaches for it. So from the right point, Andrew Peak just get the shot through. Sometimes good things happen. But it was a good shift overall by that line. Hampus Lindholm involved offensively. He couldn't have been too happy about that last goal.
Third goal of the season for Andrew Peak. They've all come in the last 7 games. So we're even at 4 with 3:44 to play. Face-off controlled by the Bruins here with McAvoy chipping it off the near glass and into the attack zone, but they're going to call the Bruins offside in pursuit of that puck, and we will take a timeout. With 3:37 to go, it's a 4-4 game here at TD Garden on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Driving in a Honda Wonderland.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days, where you can drive in a Honda Wonderland of your own with a great offer on a fun-to-drive new Accord, Civic, CR-V, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or a 2026 CR-V, a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic, or a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
The new DQ Crispy Onion Cheeseburger $7 meal deal has everything and more. With a Crispy Onion Cheeseburger, full-size fries, a drink, and a sundae, you gotta try the new Crispy Onion Cheeseburger $7 meal deal. For a limited time at participating DQ locations. Happy taste good.
Hi, this is Andrew Peak. I'm excited to be teaming up with the Shaws and Star Market Foundation and 98.5 The Sports Hub for Feeding the Puck for Families. Every time me or one of my teammates feeds the puck this season and helps score a goal, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation Nourishing Neighbors Initiative will donate $100 to help end hunger here in our local communities. Since its inception, Nourishing Neighbors has raised more than $250 million across the country to ensure our neighbors have the nutrition needed to thrive locally. Every time we feed the puck for a goal, the Shaws and Star Market Foundation will make a donation of $100 to the Greater Boston Food Bank to help end hunger up to $50,000. To learn more about feeding the puck for families, visit 985thesportshub.com/feedthepuck.
The Celtics play on the Sports Hub.
3:37 left in regulation, and it's a tie game. Andrew Peak's third goal of the year at 16-16, assisted by Husnudinov and Geekie. After the Bruins had let a one-goal lead slip away in this period, and we're trailing by one. Find a way to get it tied. Camp denied entry by McAvoy. The puck will rattle in behind Swayman here. Zadorov takes it back in behind the net. Steps out toward the near side. Brings it into the middle and now to the far side. From the red line, will dump it in. Around Lankinen, it comes to the near side circle. Middlestat got it back toward the corner. Battle for possession along the wall. 3:05 left as the puck goes back in behind the net. Hronek to it in the far corner. Pasternak blocked his pass. Came right to Middlestat. Stepping in front, looking for Elias Lindholm.
He's looking for Pasternak, I think, back door. Ryan, they were both there, but just out of the reach of Pasternak back door.
Off the end wall, it'll come back around the near side. And the Canucks will control with Marcus Pettersson. Back over to Hronek, far side. Into the neutral ice and redirected into the Bruins zone by DeBrusk, who heads off as part of a change. Bruins are changing as well. 2.5 minutes to play. McAvoy's pass. Deflected deep by Minton. Lankinen from the side of his net. Sends it around the near glass. Carried up by Sasson. Dumps in from the red line. Swayman stops it. Reversed it back toward the near side. Pastelik got upended along the near boards by Elias Pettersson. Sasson without a stick. As Hampus Lindholm sends around the far side. Out into neutral ice. Canucks will get it back in. No, they're offside. Sasson looked like he was going to dump it. Sherwood started after it, but Sasson double clutched on it, forced him offside.
Pastelik was trying to get to this puck along the boards, and I don't think it's a penalty, but close. He wasn't too happy, I know that. He took a pretty good run at one of the Canucks over by the Bruins bench on his way off.
1:59 left. Face-off is just outside the Boston blue line. Zacha wins it. McAvoy bringing out across his own blue line. Left side for Husnudinov. Chipped into the attack zone, but went off the curved pane of glass, out of play and back onto the ice. So the face-off will come back outside the Vancouver zone.
Points valuable. You know, you look at teams around the Bruins tonight. Tampa's got a lead. Montreal's got a lead. Florida lost. Toronto's losing. So, you know, you climb. Buffalo won again. 5th win in a row for Buffalo.
Tampa was down 3-0 in that game to Carolina. Came back and got the lead.
6-4 win.
Wow.
Or leading.
Rossi spins around behind Swayman. Around to that far side circle. A centering pass comes to Geekie. He'll start it up ice. McAvoy from the red line dumps in. Minute 23 to go. Tie game. Usnadinov rims it around toward the near side. Geekie will fire it back around that far side, but nobody was over there. And it comes back out through center. Zadorov skates it back toward the back of his own net. Peak now settles back there. Zadorov heads off as part of a change. Peak skates out between the circles. Fires a pass through center ice. Middlestat directs that into the right wing corner. Hronek first to it. Elias Pettersson tried to lift it up the wall, got blocked. Second effort, they do get it cleared through by DeBrusk. Hampus Lindholm. Long pass up the left side. He's got Pasternak just inside the attacking blue line. His centering pass was tipped. Middlestat keeps it alive with 35 to go. Elias Lindholm toward the far corner. It's tripped up against both Pettersson and Hronek in there. Puck comes back to Hampus Lindholm at the point. Back down for Elias. Trying to backhand one toward Middlestat. That was blocked. And it will get just out of the zone here with 20 seconds to play. Peak and Hampus Lindholm. Hampus to the red line. Up the left side, too far for Kastelik. Kastelik chases it down along the end boards. Marcus Pettersson, though, will peel away with it. Get it to Sherwood out the neutral ice. Hampus Lindholm to Kastelik. And that's going to do it for regulation. So the Bruins will get at least 1 point on this night, thanks to the late goal by Andrew Peak. And we will have overtime next here on the 98.5 The Sports Hub, Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Coleman.
It's electric.
A whole house generator from Coleman Electric saves the family unit. Dad's in the basement watching the game. Mom's watching another movie on Lifetime about why dad sucks. Kid's in his room on the Xbox. Daughter's putting the cat in her Easy Bake Oven. Boom! Big storm. Power goes out. So everybody meets in the dining room. Yeah, light a candle and play Jenga. Family game night, all good. But when the power's still out on night number 4, you're chucking Jenga blocks at each other, putting the kids up for adoption, and filing for divorce. Coleman Electric saves you from this misery with a whole house generator. It starts up automatically and runs on natural gas. Every outlet, circuit, and device in the entire house keeps running. It means seconds after the power goes out, everybody can keep doing what they were doing. And that's important, because the best way to keep a family together is to remain apart. Call Coleman Electric and schedule a free estimate for a whole house generator install. And stay lit 24/7. KUHLMAN. Call Coleman.
It's electric. This is Boston's home for sports.
We go to overtime here at TD Garden, tied at 4. This is the 7th overtime game of the season for the Bruins. They have won all of their previous 6. 4 of them on overtime game winners and 2 of them in the shootout.
Yeah, this has just been a strange game for me, Ryan. There's so many plays that are there to be made for the Bruins, and they just don't make them. And that's the only reason that Vancouver's in this game. You know, Swayman has let in a couple of goals. The last one was a tip-in after 2 icings. And the puck tipped by him in the third period. He's also made some great saves. It's just been a strange game.
For Vancouver this year, a 4-3 record in games that extend beyond regulation. 2 overtime game winners. They've lost 3 times in overtime, and they're 2-0 in a shootout if it gets there.
So Kastelik out to take the draw. And if he wins it, he'll probably head right off.
Pasternak and McAvoy out there with him to start. Bruins will be going from right to left on offense here in overtime.
This faceoff's become one of the most important faceoffs, right? And you go, he wins at least, not lose them cleanly.
So Kastelik comes out to take the faceoff in the offensive zone. Pasternak had to jump off. He's got a skate issue that's being dealt with over on the bench right now. So Geekie comes on here. So it's Kastelik, Geekie, and McAvoy for this attack zone faceoff. 15 seconds into overtime. And the Canucks thought they had that one. Geekie kicked it toward the net. Lankinen steers it away. And Besser has possession. Then he coughed it up. Along the end boards, Geekie. In front, McAvoy. Drags it in front. Backhand stopped by Lankinen. Rebound, Geekie, and Lankinen got it. Oh, Oh, my goodness. Charlie McAvoy. McAvoy standing out of the point. Zaka wins it off the near boards, but Sherwood jumps it and grabs it. He brings it up through center ice, cutting to the far side. Now we'll turn back.
See, there's a decision on the offensive faceoff, Ray. McAvoy's back by the point. Does he want to be up closer? Zaka kind of won that draw.
Yes. Here's Kane finding space through center ice. Takes a shot from the top of the left circle, and Swayman cradles that. 4:11 to go in overtime.
Vancouver did a little bit of the same thing. They win the draw, make a quick line change. Kane with some space down the left side, but Swayman out to cut down the angle. It's just Kane against Swayman there. He can't take it to the net. He's being angled off.
Elias Lindholm, Morgan Geekie, Hampus Lindholm. The next three-man unit here. Elias to take the face off.
Looks like Pasternak's got his skate troubles all fixed up. He's back and sitting in the middle of the bench now.
Off the draw, puck comes free. Geekie's got it. He'll carry through neutral ice. Geekie on the left wing side. Stops against Bouillon. Brings it back outside the blue line, and he'll back it up. They'll reset. Hampus Lindholm just inside the Boston line. Hands to Geekie. He'll skate it to center ice. Carries across the Vancouver line. Hampus for Geekie going behind the net. Geekie brings it out to the far circle. Tried to swivel it in front. That was blocked. Loose puck on the far side circle. Elias in the corner. Off the far wall.
Referee.
It bounced away from Hampus, and here comes Bouillon with Garland down the left side. Bouillon to the trailer. Back to Bouillon. One-timer. Swayman saves the game. And a clearing effort. Finds Elias Lindholm with space up the left wing side. Top of the circle, he stops. Crossing pass. Hampus a one-timer. And Lankinen makes that save and drops it back into play.
Great save by Swayman. That ended up being a 3-on-2. And a give and go with the third man.
3:05 still to go. Middlestat takes one away from Rossi. Minton back across the line. Zadorov plays to Minton at the far circle. Back to Zadorov, center of the blue line. Able to stick handle away from Vilander. Now turns it back. Walks it along the blue line toward the middle to the far circle. Try to wheel it back near side. Minton has to track it down and brings it back out to center ice.
Great idea. Just missed the pass.
Middlestat as they regroup. Gets it back to the attacking blue line. Zadorov still coming out of the zone, so he holds up.
What do you think about a line change here?
Middlestat will carry in. Minton just inside the blue line. Moving toward the far side to Zadorov coming down the middle, just missed.
It was there. He was open.
Near circle. Minton brings it back to the blue line himself. Tried to stop, lost it over to Rossi. And then Rossi tried to leave it for Besser, taken away by Pasternak. Pasternak going to carry in behind the net, able to fight off Besser to the far circle. Passing for Zaka, and that one's picked off. 2 minutes to go here in overtime. Puck is cleared through neutral ice, but it'll come back into the Bruins zone, and McAvoy will get it. So Boston back in possession, moving from right to left. McAvoy, right side, Pasternak, drags in across the line. High slot, brings it to the top of the circle, turns, goes across ice, and that one handcuffs Zaka. He gets it in the far corner, brings it back behind the net against Hronek. Minute 38 to go. Pasternak, near side circle, moving toward the slot, trying to settle it, and then send it back toward the near side. Pasta's headed back to the bench. Zaka trying to keep alive in the near corner. Kane's got it back for the Canucks. Gonna skate it through center ice, chips it around McAvoy, goes and gets it himself. Kane coming down the right circle, goes around behind the net. McAvoy blocked the centering effort. Elias Lindholm, free puck as it hit a skate. McAvoy has to get back in front of Kane and does. 1:05 left in overtime. Geekie with a long pass up the left side. McAvoy just outside the Vancouver line. Hands to Elias Lindholm, top of the circle. Flips it to Geekie. Geekie fakes the slap shot. Gives it to Lindholm. Steps to his right around Sherwood. Goes to the back of the net to McAvoy. He's got a near circle. A centering pass for Geekie on the back door, and Sherwood had him tangled up. Geekie kept it alive along the far side from Lindholm. Centering pass, looking for McAvoy, and that one was knocked away. 35 seconds left in overtime. McAvoy, Elias Lindholm, right side for Geekie. And he's just going to play it back toward the Bruins zone. 23 seconds left in overtime. Swayman swings a pass out toward center ice for Pasternak. He's got Zacha across the line, floating it to the left circle for Pasternak. Couldn't knock it out of the air. Sherwood puts Pasternak to the boards along the end wall with 10 seconds to go. Back around to the far side. Hampus Lindholm in the corner. Got it to Zacha, top of the circle. Over to Pasternak, back to Zacha. One-timer and a glove stop by Lankinen. And that does not quite bring us to the end of overtime, but it might as well. And yep, there was just 1/10 of a second left on the clock. That ticks off, and we're headed to the shootout.
Well, Swayman probably had the best save of that overtime. A lot of puck possession for the Bruins. It was mostly on the Bruins stick. It's kind of the way it's been all game, really. A lot of the plays been on the Bruins stick, but I mean, you outshoot them 42-22 here through overtime. And even through overtime, some of the passes were the right plays. They just, passes in skates or on the wrong side of guys. And
you've been saying it tonight, just a little off.
Just a little off that way, yeah. It seems like it anyhow from where we sit. There's been plays to be made tonight, and the Bruins just haven't made them. Yet here they are, 4-4.
Well, you think back to that chance that Charlie McAvoy had in front.
They've been the better team. It's just,
yeah.
Now you got to see if you get rewarded for it. It comes down to a shootout to do it.
Shots were 6-2 in overtime. 42-22 for the Bruins for the game. And so now they go to the shootout to try to determine the extra point in this one. Jeremy Swayman takes his place down to our left. Kevin Lankinen down to our right. Swayman is 2 for 2 in shootouts this year, as are the Bruins. The Canucks are also 2-0 in the shootout this season. Jake DeBrusk going to be the first shooter for Vancouver. The lefty picks up the puck with speed coming into the attack zone, and from between the circles gets stoned by Swayman.
He's been stopped by Swayman all night. Fitting that he stops him again. He tried that little scoop shot. Tried to go high blocker. I think Swayman's got a book on him on that one.
Casey Middlestat will go first for the Bruins. He's 1 out of 2 so far this season in the shootout. Left-handed shot. Scoops up the puck at center ice. Starts from the right side as he weaves his way in between the circles. Goes to the forehand. And Lankinen makes the save.
Yeah, he's pretty, he's smooth, Middlestat is. And he comes in, he kind of slows down a little bit. A couple stick handles and tries to go to that blocker side. I don't know if Lankinen got a piece or if he got the post.
Well, here is Linus Karlsson. 2 goals and an assist tonight for Vancouver. A right-handed shot going snake-wise into the attack zone, taking his time, and then shoots it wide of the net.
Yeah, that was a lot of skating for that.
So we're still scoreless. Bottom half of round 2, David Pasternak. This will be his first shootout attempt of the year.
Yeah, he's usually better on breakaways than shootouts.
He'll pick it up, start to his left, from the top of the left circle, cutting in front, goes forehand, and scores! Well, maybe.
I'm not sure if that went in.
It either hit the crossbar or just under. They're going to wave it off and say no.
Pasternak's not celebrating.
Oh.
Off the crossbar and came right down on the goal line.
Wow. Crowd was celebrating. Instead, we're still scoreless.
Great move. Forehand, backhand, forehand, tried to go high glove.
So Brock Besser is the 3rd round shooter for Vancouver. Coming from the left circle in front and shoots it into Swayman's midsection. And so the Bruins will have a chance to end it right here, and it will be Marat Khusnutdinov. Little shoulder shake coming, perhaps. He won the shootout on Long Island earlier this year. Khusnutdinov going to start from the right side. The lefty shooter coming in from the left circle. Goes up and over the net with a shot.
I tried to get Lankinen, surprise Lankinen with that quick shot. He's coming in like he's going to make a deke and then takes this shot, tries to go high glove.
So we go on to round 4, and it'll be Connor Garland up next. He is 0 for 1 so far this year. Garland, a right-handed shot, comes in from the left side. Between the circles, and the shot off the shoulder of Swayman. And the Bruins again will have a chance to try to end it. Andrew Peak is Marco Sturm's choice. Andrew Peak, you ride the hot hand here? He had the game-tying goal, 3 goals in the last 7. Peak, the defenseman, coming in from the right circle. Forehand. Lankinen looked behind him, but he made the save. Marco Sturm with
that's
a gut
surprise.
call there.
I will tell you that is a surprise, and he almost had it. Lankinen fought this off and kept it out with a good second effort. He didn't even know where it was.
Round 5. Kiefer Sherwood is the choice for Adam Foote. Sherwood winding his way in from the left circle in front, goes to the backhand. Poke check by Swayman.
Yeah, I think he lost control of it anyhow, but
5 for 5 tonight for Swayman, 11 for 11 now in shootouts this year. Lankinen has been perfect so far tonight and for the season as well. And Mikey Asimon is next for the Bruins. Game on his stick, across the blue line, toward the slot. Tried to go 5-hole, and Lankinen closed the door.
Both goaltenders perfect. Yeah, exactly what he tried. He tried to come down that left side and sneak it 5-hole, head up all the time, looking. And Lankinen reading it well.
Evander Kane is next up. Kane is a lefty. He will go to the right wing circle, cuts into the front, and another confident save by Jeremy Swayman.
There's nobody getting up on the Bruins bench right now. Here we go.
It's going to be Elias Lindholm.
We haven't been this deep.
Nope. Elias Lindholm a chance to win it. He'll come from the right side. Moving toward the slot, goes to the forehand and couldn't get it underneath the pad of Lankinen.
Well, he had some room upstairs, but he had kind of committed himself to trying to go 5-hole with this move. Yeah, a lot of room upstairs.
Round number 7 now. And Liam Ogren. Both teams still looking for their first tally here. Ogren, a lefty shot coming in from the right circle. Dekes to his backhand and scores. Liam Ogren with a goal and an assist, and now a shootout goal tonight gives Vancouver the advantage, and it will be up to Morgan Geekie.
He sold shot, and he dragged that puck to the backhand.
Geekie has to score to extend it. Picks up the puck at center ice. Comes to the right side. From the near circle, moving toward the middle. Took the shot, and Lankinen got the glove on it. And Vancouver will get the win in the shootout. For the first time this year, in 17 games where the Bruins have led after 2 periods, they do not get the 2 points. 5-4 the final. The Canucks come back and win it. And we'll be back to recap it next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub, Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic. Hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
TD Bank's here for an assist with a special checking and savings account offer for new customers. Perfect for fans of the Bruins. Learn more at td.com/garden offer or stop by any.
At stake. With over 40 years of experience and more than $3 billion recovered for the people of New England, we know how to win, and we know how to fight for you. Visit catcheslaw.com today to schedule your free consultation. And remember, there's no fee unless you win.
When it's really cold, you'll feel it in your bones. And your house will feel it in its pipes. Of course, if your pipes burst, you're going to feel it in your wallet, too. That's why Safety Insurance offers discounts to Massachusetts and New Hampshire homeowners if you have water leak devices or freeze detection systems. It's smart to think safety first. Ask an independent agent about Safety Insurance. We'll help you manage life storms.
98.5 The Sports Hub and the Bruins Radio Network welcome the following new partners. Your New England Chevy dealers and the Chevy Silverado. TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. Blue Sky Restoration. Tune in to hear this date in history being restored by Blue Sky all season long. And remember, if you have a property disaster, visit goblusky.com. And your Boston area Lexus dealers. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer today. From the home of the Bruins, thank you for joining our winning team.
This is New England Patriots quarterback Josh Dobbs, and Autodesk is the official design and make platform of the New England Patriots. Autodesk is all around us, including here at Gillette Stadium. What fans might not know is that stadiums, buildings, and the new Patriots Training Center were built with the help of Autodesk Construction Cloud software. Autodesk helps the Patriots and the Kraft Group bring their construction vision to life.
Autodesk, changing how the world is designed and made. Visit Autodesk.com.
It's that time of year again. Happy Honda Days. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2026 CRV or a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HRV. Hurry into your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details.
Boston Sports Talk, the Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification across the 98.5, the Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZFM at HT Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub. Station.
Geekie has to score to extend it. Picks up the puck at center ice. Comes to the right side. From the near circle, moving toward the middle. Took the shot, and Lankinen got the glove on it. And Vancouver will get the win in the shootout. Yeah, it took 7 rounds of the shootout to decide this one. Liam Ogren scored in the 7th round, and Morgan Geekie did not, and that was how it ended. Vancouver with the only goal in those 7 shooters aside, and they win at 5-4 here over the Boston Bruins at TD Garden. So the Bruins get 1 point tonight, their first loss in 7 games that have gone to overtime this season, but this was, you said it was a weird game, really start to finish tonight, where the Bruins felt like the better team throughout, but at the same time, they made a lot of mistakes throughout this game.
A very winnable game. And, you know, you get a point out of, we've been talking about loser points. They haven't had any loser points. But, you know, it's a weird feeling. You walk out of here with a shootout win, everybody's happy, but you know that you didn't play, you know. Vancouver was there for the taking today.
Yeah.
I mean, no question about it. I firmly believe that, and the Bruins didn't execute nearly as well as they should have, and still they were 4-4, you know, going into overtime. And Mr. Raymond had to make a great save in overtime to get into the shootout, but he made some good saves today. But the Bruins were off on just some of their execution. I mean, they controlled the play most of the game. They had the puck in the offensive zone most of the game. You know, Vancouver had a couple chances here and there, but it was just, I think from a Bruins perspective, there was just so many plays that were there to be made and weren't made. And they can be a little frustrated with themselves for not just executing the right way and not just being sharp enough. The skating was there, but the execution, moving the puck, there were so many offensive plays there to be made. You know, you look at the goal that was scored, one of the goals that was scored in the third period, and the Bruins have like a passing play to be made in the offensive zone in the slot, don't execute it properly. Next thing you know, they're turning the puck over in the neutral zone and the puck's in the back of their net. Then they ice the puck twice, lose the draw, and the puck's in the back of their net. You know, there were plays there to be made, and it wasn't happening for them. And they still outshoot Vancouver 42 to 22. It looks like the final shots on goal, where you should have won this game 5-2. And, you know, that's my feeling. That's the way I felt in this game, and they let an extra point slip away because they should have won it in regulation, and they let, you know, their mistakes ended up in the back of their net for the Bruins when they made mistakes, and then even offensively, you know, they didn't execute as well as we've seen. You know, they've done some good things this year. They scored a couple nice goals today, actually, but there were other plays to be made. Because Vancouver just, I mean, I wasn't impressed with their game today. I'm impressed with the way they hung in there. Their fourth line beat you.
Yeah. I mean, it's Linus Karlsson, Liam Ogren. These, not exactly the household names on this team.
Ogren
right?
is a newcomer off the trade from Minnesota. Ogren scores the shootout winner, but he also had a 1-1 in regulation. Karlsson has 2-1. 2-1. That's their fourth line. Not that they're not skilled. Don't get me wrong, but no disrespect, but that's who beat you today.
Right. And the Bruins needed a late goal just to get it into overtime from Andrew Peeke, and a little puck luck of their own. Hits the post, comes back, hits the goaltender in the back, and trickles across the line. So.
Yeah, I mean, look at shot attempts, look at zone time. Yeah, it's all dominated kind of by the Bruins in this one. You weren't as sharp as you needed to be.
Well,
that was a point. That was an extra point there for the taking today.
And they're going to have to shake it off quickly because you got Ottawa coming to town.
Yeah, and they've had trouble with Ottawa, right? Yeah. Ottawa's had their number a little bit. They're a good team. Now they got Brady Tkachuk back. Brady Tkachuk back in their lineup. I know that they haven't been great with Brady back in there. They kept their head above water with him out of the lineup. Now he's back in. But they're a formidable team. They're a playoff team from last year, and they're looking to make a little bit of a run. They beat Chicago today 6-4.
Well, 1-1-1 so far on this homestand with 2 games to go on it. Ottawa coming in tomorrow night and then Montreal on Tuesday. Service Credit Union and Charlie McAvoy have teamed up for the 73 Reasons campaign this season to donate $250,000 to cover heart screens and cancer screens for police and firefighters, donating $200 for every block shot and $1,000 for every shutout. Boston has 580 blocks so far this season, so Service Credit Union has donated $116,000. Learn more now at servicecu.org/73reasons. We'll be back with more from TD Garden next on the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network, driven by the versatile Honda CR-V at your local Honda dealers.
Celtics fans, La Playa awaits. You could win a flyaway trip to see the Boston Celtics in Miami. Just look for the Corona La Playa awaits display at participating locations and scan the QR code to enter. Must be 21 plus. Rules and restrictions apply. Corona, the official cerveza of the Boston Celtics.
Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Golf's got birdies, eagles, even albatrosses, but we're the bird nobody wanted, the Blue Falcon. Born in the barracks, raised on the fairway, and proudly causing chaos ever since. At Blue Falcon Golf, founded by a Marine veteran, every stitch is built for the players who serve, support, or just enjoy stirring the pot between holes. Rock our military-inspired polos, hats, t-shirts, and performance hoodies, including the infamous ass hat and our unapologetic Second Amendment lineup. Use code HUB20 to save 20% site-wide. Fly your colors at bluefalcongolf.com and embrace being the bird they didn't ask for, but definitely remember.
Scott Zolak talks with Boston basketball champion and Boston dental patient Derek White.
One time, Dr. Maliki, we were talking, and he told me about his first startup. I think it's called Floss Time, where they bring their team in, provide dental services at the workplace, because it's hard to go to the dentist, and everybody is super busy. Does your family go to Boston Dental as well?
Yeah, my wife's she enjoys the care there, and definitely been a great to have a family-like atmosphere in our dentist.
Boston Dental. For a championship smile, go see them in the Seaport for high-end sports-focused dentistry. To make your appointment, visit bostondental.com.
Give the perfect gift this year. 99 restaurant gift cards. They're the perfect gift for everyone on your list. For every $25 you purchase, receive a $5 bonus card for yourself. You gotta love the nines.
Hey, it's Big Jim. The holiday season is here, and Arlene and Roberta Fine Jewelry is bringing the heat. Get off the sidelines and into the showroom, because this is the holiday jewelry power play you can't afford to miss. Stunning diamonds, luxury gold, designer pieces, all at jaw-dropping holiday savings. Whether you're gifting big or treating yourself like the MVP you are, Arlene and Roberta Fine Jewelry has the sparkle to make this season unforgettable. But hustle, these deals won't last long. Visit Arlene and Roberta Fine Jewelry in Newton.
For the best deal on any name brand tire, get to Town Fair Tire. For the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And you know, I mean nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Champions play here. The Sports Hub.
Bash into the middle, reaching for the ball. Ball bumps with Gotts is there. Works this one back to the point. Moser in there. Tkachuk, stop, rebound, score!
That was a goal by Jake Gensel for the Tampa Bay Lightning, the eventual game winner. He would add another one into an empty net, and Tampa Bay would roll to a 6-4 victory over the Carolina Hurricanes. Other finals from around the NHL today: the Rangers at home get the 5-4 victory in a shootout over the Flyers. Detroit takes down Washington 5-2. It was 6-4 for Ottawa over the Chicago Blackhawks. Bruins will see Ottawa in the TD Garden tomorrow. Minnesota keeps it rolling, 5-2 winners over the Edmonton Oilers. Buffalo 3-2 in a shootout over the Islanders. St. Louis taking down Florida by the final of 6-2. Montreal gets the shutout over Pittsburgh 4-0. Other games around the league: Nashville 5-3 winners over the Toronto Maple Leafs. Other games tonight: Golden Knights will take on the Calgary Flames. Columbus visits Anaheim, and it'll be Seattle in San Jose to take on the Sharks.
Here at TD Garden tonight, the Vancouver Canucks with a 5-4 shootout victory over the Boston Bruins. The Shaws and Star Market Foundation's Nourishing Neighbors Initiative sponsors our Feeding the Puck for Families campaign. For every helper on a Bruins goal, they donate another $100 to fight food insecurity with 8 feeds tonight. That's another $800 for the Greater Boston Food Bank. Follow along all season at 985thesportshub.com/feed the puck. Let's give you our 3 stars of the night with a goal and an assist tonight for the Bruins. Third star goes to Morgan Geekie. Centering pass for Elias. Gets it back to McAvoy. Over to the far circle. A one-timer score! Geekie with a blast from that left circle, and the Bruins grab a 1-0 lead on a power play goal. Yeah, that one coming at 8:23 of the first period. Geekie also got one of the assists on Andrew Peek's goal at 16:16 of the third that tied the game at 4. So he's our number 3 star of the night. The number 2 star with 2 goals and an assist, the Canucks' Linus Karlsson. Gets past Swayman behind the net, thrown right back out in front, and they score. It's Linus Karlsson before Swayman could get back and get set. A power play goal, and Vancouver's got a 2-1 lead.
The passes are off just enough to not get a good opportunity.
Here's a free puck just inside the Boston line. Karlsson shoots and scores. Puck was just sitting there just inside the blue line. He skates onto it and puts it just under the crossbar from the left circle. Linus Karlsson with his second of the night. It's 3-3. And he gets second star honors, and the number 1 star with a goal, an assist, and the shootout winner, Liam Ogren. Marcus Pettersson to DeBrusk. Back to Pettersson. High slot shot, scores! Tipped in by Ogren between the circles, and Vancouver's got the lead 4-3. Both teams still looking for their first tally here. Ogren, a lefty shot coming in from the right circle. Deeks to his backhand and scores. Liam Ogren with a goal and an assist, and now a shootout goal tonight gives Vancouver the advantage. That was in round 7 of the shootout and turned out to be the only goal of the shootout allowed by either side, as Liam Ogren gets the game winner there. He is our Lexus Amazing Player of the Game, brought to you by the Lexus December to Remember sales event. Get offers on select Lexus models now through January 5th. The greatest measure of the season is how it makes you feel. That's the standard of amazing. Learn more at Lexus.com. So Jeremy Swayman will take the shootout loss tonight. Stopped 18 out of 22 through 65 minutes of play, and then stopped 6 out of 7 in the shootout. His record now stands at 14-9-1 on the season. Kevin Lankinen will get the victory after facing 42 Bruins shots, stopping 38 of them. He goes 7 for 7 in the shootout. He is now 14 for 14 in 3 shootouts this year, a 3-0 record. He improves his overall record to 5-10-3 in 18 appearances this season. For the Bruins, it is the first time they have lost this year. They do get a point tonight, but the first time they have lost this season when they have led after 40 minutes, a 16-0-1 record in that situation. Their overall record now stands at 20-15-1. This is their first loser point of the year, 41 points through 36 games. The Vancouver Canucks win their 4th in a row since the trade of Quinn Hughes and improved their record to 15-17-3. They swept 3 games against the Devils, Rangers, and Islanders while in the New York area earlier this week, and now win here in Boston and win in back-to-back nights here. So it's a 4-game winning streak for Vancouver to improve their record to 15-17-3 through 35 games this season. So now next up for the Bruins, back-to-back as they take on the Ottawa Senators here at TD Garden tomorrow night. Our pregame coverage once again for that one gets underway at 6:30 across the network with a face-off at 7 o'clock. And for those of you in the Boston area, that tomorrow night's game will air over on Country 102.5 because of Patriots Sunday night coverage. So join us over there to keep tabs on the Bruins here at home tomorrow night against Ottawa. We will be back on 98.5 The Sports Hub coming up on Tuesday night in that game against Montreal. Now for our executive producer, Jeremy Conley, our studio engineer tonight, Jeff Williams, and for Bob Beers, I'm Ryan Johnston. Thanks for being with us, and good night from TD Garden.
This is Boston Bruins hockey. Boston Bruins hockey is brought to you by your local New England Honda dealers, Shaw's and Star Market, Safety Insurance, Town Fair Tire, Granite City Electric's GCE Night Train, Ticketmaster, your New England Ford dealers, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Service Credit Union, TD Bank, and by Catches Law.
2 seconds, 1 second, it's over! The Bruins have won the Stanley Cup!
And by Dairy Queen, Peerless Boilers, your New England Chevy dealers, Timber Tech Decking and Railing, Charles D. Sheehy, Wendy's, Live Nation, your Boston area Lexus dealers, Tito's Handmade Vodka, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
After 39 long years, the Cup is back home! The Bruins are 2011 Stanley Cup champions!
Bruins hockey is a presentation of the 98.5 The Sports Hub Bruins Radio Network.
Now, did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you are the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up. You got some holy water in your bag, baby.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, Doug Gottlieb, Cavino and Rich. Oh, yeah. The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And the Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube.
It's that easy.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube, subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
Nobody knows the New England commercial business needs like McGovern Ford in Lowell, Framingham, Saugus, and Beverly. They offer the full line of Ford-built tough trucks and vans for commercial use. Get a dependable workhorse for hauling, delivery, or specialized business tasks. Ford commercial trucks and vans deliver the performance and value professionals trust. They install snowplows too. McGovern Ford in Framingham, Lowell, Beverly, and Saugus. Shop now at McGovernFord.com.
Tune in to the BetMGM Celtics Radio Network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today and discover the new look same-game parlay product, live bet tracking, parlay quick betting, and more. Please gamble responsibly. When your roof's a game changer, you want your pro team in. At H&R Roofing, they've got you covered. Literally. Whether it's your home or your business, H&R Roofing is the go-to crew for quality, dependable roofing. With over 20 years of experience, a factory-certified staff, a 50-year Golden Pledge limited warranty, and the full GAF weather stopper system, your peace of mind is built in. Call H&R Roofing today at 508-348-4348 or visit hr-roofing.com for your free estimate. H&R Roofing. Roof need work? They've got you covered.
Listen up, guys. It's Drake May here to help get your finances into shape. You want to feel confident about your money? You need Betterment. Their automated tools help you grow your wealth and save on taxes. You don't even have to call an audible. They handle it for you. Take it from me. When you know your money is doing what it should be, you become full of that "we got this" energy. That's the Betterment effect in action. So get up, sign up, and start investing like a pro. Get started today at Betterment.com.
Investing involves risk. Performance not guaranteed. Paid client ad. Views may not be representative. See App Store and Google Play Store reviews. Learn more at betterment.com/pursuebetter/partners.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change is getting you home for the holidays. Their quick and reliable oil changes will get you back on the road in no time so you can focus on what really matters, making memories this holiday season. Their team of expert auto technicians will perform their signature service, all while you stay in the comfort of your vehicle. Plus, no appointment is ever needed, so you can stop in on your way to festive fun. Go to NewEnglandOilChange.com to save on your next visit. Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the official oil change of holiday travel.
I know, Nelson. I'm telling them. Winter doesn't knock politely. It kicks the door in. That's why Super Service Today gives your home more than a tune-up. It gets a winter defense plan, a deep camera look inside your furnace's heart, an examination of the drains and filters, and pressure tests that spot trouble before it's too late. It's $199 and also makes you a Total Care member where you get 2 free visits per year, priority scheduling, and peace of mind. Because when winter bares its teeth, we have your back. Book now at superservicetoday.com.
Superservicetoday.com.
Hey everybody, it's Hardy. Have you called Revise yet? With the cooler months coming, now's the perfect time to call Revise. Revise is a Mass Save home performance contractor. What does that mean? They'll come out to your home for a no-cost Mass Save home energy assessment. They'll check out your heating system and your insulation levels to make sure you're nice and comfortable at home for the football season. Call 800-885-SAVE or visit callrevise.com to schedule your no-cost Mass Save home energy assessment today. That's callrevise.com.
Ryan here from 128, home of Finish Strong Friday. We are proud to be local and independently owned since 1992. Visit us online at call128.com.
Now you sit there and it's the ultimate comparison, right? Because you're sitting there watching Alabama play yesterday. They fall down 17-0. You're like, I don't want Kalen DeBoer to be my head coach. Look at this. Then they come back, and then the only thought is, I told y'all all year this Oklahoma team sucked and Michigan should have beat them. Do you know what I'm saying? All year. And Michigan blew it. That was the first time I was like, there's something wrong with this season.
I was at my Dodgers holiday party yesterday, and I had the game on my phone. And it was literally like, oh my God, Oklahoma's just gonna run away with this.
Sure.
It looked like that. It just looked like Alabama couldn't stop them, and Oklahoma, for that short amount of time, could do whatever they want. And then there was a pick six right before the half, right? And that's when you were like, uh-oh. Those freezing hot takes happened real fast.
So it's like the thing with the Michigan head coaching search.
Mm-hmm.
We're sitting here watching 2 playoff games with 2 coaches, Bob Chesney, I almost called him Kenny, for James Madison, who will be coaching UCLA after this game is over with, unless there is a quick math 50 or 35-point comeback in James Madison. And John Summerall, who was coaching Tulane, is then now going to be the coach of Florida. So, like, even teams who made the playoffs don't have their coaching situation together. Ole Miss, the team that they beat, also didn't have their coaching situation together. So it's like, what is a team like Michigan supposed to do right now? And then my number one candidate,
who is
Kenny Dillingham.
Oh yeah, no, he's
5-year deal,
right,
Arizona State.
He made it clear.
And I'll just say this, Kenny, you signed that 5-year deal, and on the same day you signed a 5-year deal, you're crying for $20 million for somebody. You know who would have gave you a 10-year deal, $20 million plus? I know, Ann Arbor. Anyway, stay down there, stay hot.
Stay hot. No, I told you this last week when we talked about Michigan. I just don't know how attractive that looks right now. It looks like a messy place to take a job. So that's why I remember I was like, you should take a non-name. But that doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
It's just, I like some of the names like Jesse Minter. Don't touch Jesse Minter. Don't you dare touch him. Stay in LA here, please.
That's you saying that, and the reason your voice turned all nasally is because you don't want the Chargers defensive coordinator to jump.
That's right. Don't touch him. You stay there. You know who? Honestly, who's that guy? Jed. You don't want Jed Fisher? Is that who?
Jed Fish, who was the coach that.
Who was?
But honestly, at this point, for Michigan, I'm ready to divorce from the Harbaugh era in general.
Completely.
There was a championship won, no doubt about it. There's also been a whole lot of smoke around the Michigan program that did not exist prior to the Harbaugh era.
It's true.
It's just, you look at I just am good to go ahead and honestly, at this point, if they said they were going to be able to, now this is all contingent on being able to maintain the recruiting class and the strength of the collective, because I think at this point, I'm not believing that Sharon Moore had all those guys lined up. Like you telling me Sharon Moore flipped Bryce? No, the money did, right? So as long as the money doesn't turn off, I'm not super worried about going forward in terms
the players being turned away or
right,
yes.
Like, because the money is what's going to drive this.
Of course.
My fear is that they hire the wrong guy to do it, and the on-field, because that was what slipped. On-field was slipping. You could see it slipping under Sharon Moore.
Yeah.
Right? And so they need to have somebody that's going to be able to reestablish the on-field, because to me, the off-field is going to take care of itself with a lot of this stuff. Like, that's why it's the same logic, Monty, why people, prior to Ryan Day's national championship game, they're ready to fire Ryan Day. Why? Because the off-the-field apparatus is going to be what it is. On the field is what you do. So you're saying, so on the field is where you got to improve this. We made this analogy. I made this analogy going into this. The prom is getting closer and there's no date. At this point, I don't want none of the cheerleaders. I don't want to get the nerd.
Get the nerd.
Go get the nerd.
Who's the nerd for you?
That I don't want to have heard of him.
Yeah, that's right.
Whoever it is, the next head coach, I should have to Google to figure out who he is. Because that should mean your research was so exhaustive that you were able to identify, because you can't find the next Kurt Cignetti. I get that. Because he coached at Alabama and all those. Find the next guy. Find the next Bob Ches. Find whoever you deem to be the program builder who's not already done it before. Because at this point, there's nobody there. So whoever it is, either that or you're getting Penn State's fifth option.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like the guy that they turned down before they got the Mac. Like, it's not optimal.
It sounds like you joined my side.
Well, but I disagree that the job itself is not attractive.
I just think it's not. You're right. Because it's Michigan.
Like the job,
let's be real, it's Michigan.
The job
of course,
is attractive.
It's attractive. It's just right now it comes with parts of it that you wish you could not deal with from the start. Like stepping into it, it's like, I have to deal with this off-field stuff that had nothing to do with me. I'm gonna have to deal with it. And that's what I'm saying. It's unattractive.
We'll ask J.D. Piquel about this and all the other stuff in college football in just a second. But first, Steve DeSager will update us on the quick math 35-point margin in the college football playoff first round.
Scoop and score after a block punt at Oregon Ducks 48-13 over James Madison. About 5 minutes left in the third quarter. This is a first-round college football playoff game. Looks like it'll be Oregon facing Texas Tech in the Orange Bowl quarterfinal on New Year's Day. Ole Miss will play Georgia in the Sugar Bowl quarterfinal New Year's night. Ole Miss won at home against Tulane 41-10. And Miami will play number 2 Ohio State on New Year's Eve at the Cotton Bowl. Miami eliminated Texas A&M, winning at College Station 10-3 on a touchdown with under 2 minutes left. Alabama had a comeback win at Oklahoma last night. It will be in the Rose Bowl quarterfinal against number 1 Indiana. Alabama's co-offensive coordinator Nick Sheridan will leave to be a Michigan State assistant after Alabama's run ends. Arizona State did re-sign Coach Kenny Dillingham, 5-year deal. Iowa State quarterback Rocco Becht is entering the transfer portal. His coach left for Penn State. As far as bowl games, Monday in Boise, Washington State against Utah State. 3 other bowl games Tuesday. Hawaii hosts the Hawaii Bowl on Christmas Eve against Cal Wednesday night. The Rams fired special teams coordinator Chase Blackburn. LA special teams have helped cause 3 of its 4 losses this season. Philadelphia clinched a division title with a win at Washington in a comeback 29-18. Eagles trailed late third quarter 10-7. Saquon Barkley on 21 carries had 132 yards rushing in a score. Washington QB Marcus Mariota left with a right hand injury. Tonight, Packers quarterback Jordan Love left in the first half with a concussion on a roughing the passer penalty. But off the bench, Malik Willis with a 33-yard touchdown pass late third quarter to Romeo Doubs. Packers now lead at Chicago 13-3. Very windy, temperature around 30. The only Bears scoring so far, a 46-yard field goal through the win from Cairo Santos. Green Bay had a couple of long drives in the second quarter that settled for short field goals. So 13-3 for the visiting Packers, who again are without their starting quarterback. We got 12 minutes left in the fourth of this game right now. Caleb Williams, 9 of 15 passing, 129 yards. DeAndre Swift up to 50 yards rushing on 11 carries for the Bears. Josh Jacobs, 12 carries, just 36 yards for the Packers, and a fumble. There was a fumble inside the 10 for Green Bay. They also went for it on a 4th and 1 inside the 10, first drive, and failed. Bears on their first drive went for it on 4th and 1 inside the 10 and failed. So a low-scoring game and a 10-point Packers lead as we approach 11 minutes to play. In the NBA, Houston now 17-8. Got a win at Denver, 115-101. Kevin Durant, 31 points. Victories for Boston and Philadelphia. New Orleans was 6-22, but it beat Indiana, which is now 6-22. 128-109 the final. Zion Williamson, 29 points off the bench. Charlotte was a loser at Detroit because the Pistons are 22-6. Beat Charlotte 112-86. Pistons led by 4 early in the fourth quarter. And among the games in progress, Well, Golden State, with a record of 13-15, is winning at home against Phoenix 100-92 with about 8 minutes left. Just final, Washington wins at Memphis 130-122. Washington was 4-21. Late game's about to start. Lakers at Clippers. Lakers missing 3 starters, Austin Reeves, DeAndre Ayton, Rui Hachimura, all due to injuries. To college basketball, the late game about to start in Phoenix. Number 1, Arizona, undefeated, going up against San Diego State. Duke was in action at Madison Square Garden, and Texas Tech beat them 82-81. Wins earlier for Purdue and Houston. Wins for North Carolina and Kentucky. That Carolina win was 71-70 over Ohio State in Atlanta. NHL victories for Minnesota and Tampa Bay. Back to you.
Thanks, Steve. If you missed any of today's show, you'll want to catch the podcast. Just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get those podcasts. Right after the show, Ian's been doing his job. Ian, you're doing a great job today, buddy. Just want to shout you out so America knows that you're killing it today. As soon as he posts that, go back, rate it 5 stars, provide a review. And let's go ahead right now and kick it over to our next guest, J.D. Piquel, college football insider. He's on the hard count on 3. And J.D., we missed you last week, so I'm going to ask you about the most pressing issue in college football currently. Who in the hell is Michigan going to hire to be the head coach?
Well, I'm glad that I didn't jump on a week ago because I would have given you bad intel and said, hey, Martin, don't even worry about it. Kenny Dillingham on the way.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying last week,
brother.
JD. Last week I was saying Kenny Dillingham will burn it all down. And I'm telling you, I sitting there watching Kenny Dillingham take that 5-year extension and then minutes later beg for $20 million saying, this is Phoenix, Arizona. Can we please get some money? It made me sick, JD. Sick to my stomach.
I mean, we're at this point too where it's like what name is left that gets you fired up? Like what's the name left that flips the script? Because he was the guy there where I was like, okay, the energy is weird right now to say the least in Ann Arbor with the whole Sharon Moore deal. I wanted to get into that. Like, bring someone in that's going to just give me good vibes, new juice, new energy, offense, not necessarily from the Harbaugh tree. And now I'm like, I don't know who that is, Martin. Like, and I was thinking about this before jumping on with you because I knew this would be one of the topics that we hit on. Like, John Gruden? Like, I mean, is that crazy? Like, Jed Fish, to me, would feel underwhelming. Is also a quote-unquote, like, Harbaugh guy in some respects, which nothing against Harbaugh, but I think with the way things have gone with the most recent regime, you probably want to zig where that zags. Like, John Gruden to me is like the most juiced up name I could think of. Besides that, I don't know how gettable either of these guys are, but I would love Jeff Brom because of what he did at Louisville. I know there's also an extension being worked on there. Or Eli Drinkwitz. I know he's already signed an extension at Missouri, but if I'm Ward Manuel, I'm saying I don't care. We didn't have to pay anything to fire Sharon Moore. This dude wins at Missouri. What could he do with a different M behind his name? So I would say Drinkwitz would be like my first pick, but Martin, I wish I had something better for you, brother. I don't know.
Before you came on, and I'll give it to Monty right after this, before you came on, I said, whoever Michigan's next head coach is, I better have to Google him. Because at this point, the research should have been so exhaustive, I should have never heard nothing about this guy, and he's going to come in and blow us all away. Monty, you're up next.
JD, let's go to last night's game where everybody was watching Oklahoma do what they wanted with Alabama for just a hot second.
You mean Michigan's next head coach for 10 minutes, Kalen DeBoer?
Yeah. For a hot second, it looked like Oklahoma could do whatever they want. Then things changed. After watching that game, were you also saying Notre Dame should have been in the playoff? This wouldn't have happened.
You know, so Notre Dame should be in the playoff, but not for anything having to do with that game last night. So I won't go down that rabbit hole too much on the ranks. I know we got limited time here. I don't want to go a full 30 minutes telling you why the playoff structure right now is stupid. But for me, I'm looking at that game last night, and I'm like, hey, Bama's got a strong jaw now. Like, for Oklahoma to have a good day at the office offensively and to get up 17 and for Bama not to flinch and win in the margins and get a play on special teams and run the pick back, like, you have to think right around the time where Xavier and Brown's running that pick six back to end the first half, it's probably when Kenny Dillingham got on the phone with Arizona State and was like, hey, DeBoer's not going to be there. Like, you might as well throw me a bag to keep me here at ASU because Michigan's about to come hard after me. But to answer your question about the whole playoff system, I have no problem with the field given their logic. I have massive problems with the structure we have in place, which I think this is the last time we see something like this, to be clear.
So with that being said, the last time we see something like this, to be clear, when you say something like this, you mean the complete and total mollywhopping ass whoopings that we've seen up and down college football today. When I'm looking at this, I wonder, is this going to be the end of the little guy?
I don't think it has to be the end of the little guy. I think it should be the end of the little guy that has an automatic invite. It's like we're trying to meet quota here with little guys in the playoff, and I'm like, why? Like, I understand this idea of we want the best 12 teams, we want to have conference champions, and like if that's your logic, that's fine, but don't include the verbiage best 12 teams when you have Tulane who's ranked 20th and James Madden who's ranked 24th. Like, we have a committee literally telling us, hey, we think these teams are 20th and 24th best. Also, by the way, 12 best teams. Like, you can't have it both ways. And so I don't even have an issue with, like, the blowouts necessarily, because I think those are going to happen in football in general. But when we have blowouts and it's the 20th and 24th ranked team, I'm like, yeah, this is pretty much what we already knew we were signing up for. Now, will there be Cinderella runs and will there be, fun, exciting games if we keep the structure going forward every couple of years? For sure. Like, that's just what sports is. But college football is not March Madness. You don't have some dude you never heard of who's going to be a count next year, get hot from three and change the entire trajectory of the tournament, because football is a violent sport. So that's my take on it. Like, this is going to change here next year, and I fully believe that the Pete Bavacquas of the world, Notre Dame's AD, the Greg Sankeys of the world, the commissioner of the SEC, they are going to the bargaining table in this new playoff format that will be discussed in January of 2026, and they are leaving with guarantees for their respective companies, for lack of a better expression. Right. That's what those two situations are.
JD, I told Martin that I think that the top 4 seeds are all going to send a thank you basket to Miami for eliminating Texas A&M. But what do you think happened there?
I think, for me, I think it was a combo. I think Miami's actually who we thought they were in the first part of the season. I know that they played a couple of, lesser teams, and they got some big wins that we thought were big and then aged well. I think that what it was is Miami's good up front, and that showed up big today. And I also think that A&M flew a little bit too close to the sun, and the things that made people nervous about them to begin with ended up being kind of the downfall for them. Like, the concern was always, well, hey, we like Marcel Reed, but he's also a bit of a wild card. And that showed up on the last play of the game. Like, hey, we like the defense, but like that run game, not always the most sound. It's like there's always symptoms before there's actual sickness, and the symptoms for A&M kept persisting. And, you're 4-0 in one-score games, which is great, but why are you in 4 different one-score games if you're a top 10 team in college football? So I think it was a combination of things.
Do want to ask you, who do you think? I feel like nobody has talked about the other Texas team with the potential to win this thing, Texas Tech. No, I feel like I haven't heard a single conversation about Texas Tech and their potential to win it, which makes me think that they just might win the whole damn thing.
I don't disagree at all. I think them and Indiana are hilarious because us as college football fans, we're conditioned so much to the same logos. Like, we're comfortable with Ohio State and Oregon to some degree, Georgia, Bama. Like, we're comfortable with logos. And now for the first time, like, these Indiana and Texas Techs have rewritten the rule book and went to the portal and gotten a Fernando Mendoza and a whole new front seven at Texas Tech. And so, like, they're in the spot now where the logo has never mattered less in college football. So the thing with me, Martin, if Texas Tech can figure it out in the red zone, they're 87th in college football in converting for touchdowns in the red zone, not scoring, but converting touchdowns. I like them a lot, man. They got all the tools for sure to go make a real run at this thing.
All right, so I got one more for you, JD. JD Piquel, On 3 College Football Insider, the hard count. We see in men's college basketball, women's college basketball, especially in the last 5 years, especially the last 5-10 years, stars are made in this postseason tournament in the basketball side of things. If you had to talk about a guy, we know who Fernando Mendoza is. We know who Dante Moore is. Maybe even Trinidad Chambliss. We may have an idea who he is because of the way that he kind of burst onto the scene after the start of the season. Who's the guy that we may see throughout this playoff, this postseason in college football, that when it is time for them to go to the NFL draft, you will remember the plays that they had this week or this stretch?
Kenyon Sadiq is essentially an Avenger playing tight end for Oregon. The dude's like 6'3", 240, jumps over people. I've been saying it all offseason. He's like the Big Ten's answer to Brock Bowers in terms of just like freak show tight ends. There's not an individual in this tournament not named Caleb Downs that can guard him. He's a matchup nightmare. He's a big reason why Oregon, in addition to Dante Moore, will play for a national championship against Georgia on January 19th in Miami.
JD with a little call your shot. Georgia, he said Georgia and Oregon in the national championship game. Kenyon Sadiq, the guy to look out for.
Wow.
You know what? I think Georgia's got a great shot too. That's good defense over there. JD, thanks a lot, buddy. Thanks for coming on a college football first round Saturday. We'll keep you locked in through the championship game.
Let's go. Let's go get a head coach here. Let's go get a head coach. I'm looking forward to talking to you next week.
Hey, man, at this rate, it might be in Biff We Trust. Unfortunately, it might be in Biff We Trust. All right, coming up next, a star quarterback is down. What does that mean for this team that has Super Bowl aspirations? Me and Monty will let you know. Fox Sports Radio.
College football fans, the teams are set. The schools are hyped. And you know what? So are we.
Yeah, damn right. I love college football. Let the drama begin.
Your college football playoffs are here. This is Fox Sports Radio.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.
Nobody knows the New England commercial business needs like McGovern Ford in Lowell, Framingham, Saugus, and Beverly. They offer the full line of Ford-built tough trucks and vans for commercial use. Get a dependable workhorse for hauling, delivery, or specialized business tasks. Ford commercial trucks and vans deliver the performance and value professionals trust. They install snowplows too. McGovern Ford in Framingham, Lowell, Beverly, and Saugus. Shop now at McGovernFord.com.
Christmas is the time for joy. And joy is most powerful when it's shared. At the Salvation Army, your gift helps provide warm meals, safe shelter, and Christmas hope for families right in your neighborhood. This season, lift spirits, including your own, knowing you're making Christmas brighter and future stronger. Give with joy. Text JOY to 31333 or visit ctri.salvationarmy.org.
Hi, I'm offensive lineman Caden Wallace. When I got drafted, I worked hard to find my place, learning the playbook, building trust, and finding a home in New England. But not everyone has that chance. That's why I'm proud to partner with Heading Home. Heading Home is working to end homelessness in Massachusetts by helping families find stability and a future. Because a real win is when everyone has a place to call home. Learn more at headinghomeinc.org. That's headinghomeinc.org.
Meet icon David Ortiz at the Brook Casino Saturday, January 22nd at 7 p.m. in the Season Showroom. Hear Big Papi's stories from his time in Boston, plus Q&A with the crowd. Additional seating in the DraftKings Sportsbook. Free event, 18 plus. The Brook. Exit 1 off I-95 in New Hampshire. LiveFreeAndPlay.com.
Welcome to September and big savings now at McGovern Kia of Norwood. Save on a new Kia Sorento Hybrid, the popular Kia Telluride, and the Kia Niro EV. September savings include low payment lease offers or choose low rate APR financing. And whether you lease or own your vehicle, McGovern Kia of Norwood is willing to pay you an additional $2,000 over your trade value. Shop now on the Route 1 Auto Mile in Norwood or at McGovernKiaofNorwood.com. That's McGovernKiaofNorwood.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
Hi, it's Jim from Ace Ticket, and this year we want to make the holiday special. Everybody loves tickets to their favorite sports team, concerts, and shows. This holiday season, you'll receive 5% back in Ace loyalty dollars for your entire purchase, and Ace will give $2 for every ticket you buy to Boston Globe Santa. So save some money and help someone. Ace makes it so easy. Our helpful Boston customer service is here to help you. Call 1-800-MY-SEATS or visit aceticket.com.
Looking to boost your career? UMass Lowell graduates enjoy the highest mid-career salaries among all public research universities in Massachusetts. Explore UMass Lowell's graduate degrees at uml.edu/success.
This is Ryan DeJoy, head of Wyndham Woods School. We're partnering with 98.5 The Sports Hub and businesses across the Northeast to build a 125,000 square foot year-round athletics dome featuring basketball, volleyball, and pickleball courts, state-of-the-art golf simulators, a FIFA regulation turf field, a cardio performance center, and an expansive skydeck viewing area. A perfect place for trade shows, special events, and corporate functions, the Dome at Wyndham Woods will host over 100,000 visitors each year. Join our winning team by emailing thedome@wyndhamwoods.org. That's thedome@wyndhamwoods.org.
Bitter cold, snow, sleet, and winter storms can come at any time now, and Ocean State Job Lot wants to make sure you're prepared. Be sure you have your snow shovels, ice melt, scrapers, brushes, and windshield wash, coats, hats, gloves, sweatshirts, boots, and slippers, throw blankets, comforters, and flannel sheets. Don't forget heaters, body warmers, driveway markers, boot trays, and draft blockers too. If you need it for winter, we have it for you at Ocean State Job Lot.
From the Telfair Type Studios, it's not just the games. It's Toucher and Hardy, Zolak and Bertrand, Felger and Maz, Joe Murray. For Boston sports fans, it's 98.5, the Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station.
Parker, Calvin Washington, Matt Mallard, Jason Smith, and Mike Harmon. Boom. The best. Is that premiere enough? Listen to all those names right here. Really? On Fox Sports Radio.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
It's the most beautiful time of the year.
Martin West, Bolaños, Fox Sports Radio, keeping the seat warm for Jason, Martin, and Aaron Torres. I determined to be the best college football wrap-up show in the nation, and couldn't pick a better day to do it.
Really, though. Yeah.
So, I was thinking about this. As we sit here and watch the new coach for UCLA lose by 28 points with his old team, we watch the new coach for Florida lose by 500 billion points to his old team. Like, if I was a fan of Florida today or UCLA today, I'd be like, you know what? I'm really glad you wasted 2 weeks of being my head coach just to get your ass whooped like this.
No, he had to go and finish this out.
We say that. Lane Kiffin didn't. I'm just saying.
That's going real well for him.
But LSU is the place that hired him, right?
I understand, yes.
He works there now.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I